Alrededor de la medianoche se reanudó el trabajo y la 1 de la madrugada nuestra operación de búsqueda y rescate comenzó nuevamente. Derrumbar todo un edificio de apartamentos es una decisión.
And just a reminder, you are watching this press conference from earlier today. In exactly 1 hour from now, we should be getting another update out of Surfside, Florida. As you can see, though, the death toll rising to 27 people dead. We're going to keep listening in to some of these other officials from down on the ground, and then also a question and answer portion from reporters out of Florida as well.
También quiero tomarme un momento para reconocer y reflexionar sobre la gran tragedia que es para aquellos que sobrevivieron al edificio y fueron evacuados. El mundo entero está de luto con los que perdieron a sus seres queridos y los que esperan noticias del colapso. Perder su casa y todas sus cosas de esta manera también es una gran pérdida, y mi corazón y mi más sentido pésame están con todas las familias. Nuestros equipos están haciendo todo lo posible para ayudar a quienes perdieron sus hogares a comenzar a reconstruir. FEMA está aquí y ha estado haciendo un trabajo increíble al inscribir a las familias para recibir asistencia individual, y muchos ya han recibido. También quiero enfatizar una vez más que tomamos todas las medidas posibles para buscar animales en el edificio antes de la demolición. Quiero decirlo con la mayor claridad posible y instar a nuestra comunidad a que comprenda que hicimos todo lo posible y tomamos todos los pasos que pudimos con gran riesgo para nuestros socorristas, para asegurarnos de que no quedaron animales en el edificio antes de la demolición. Desde que los primeros en responder pudieron reanudar su trabajo en el colapso, lamentablemente hemos recuperado a 3 víctimas adicionales. El número total de muertes confirmados ahora es 27. Las personas contabilizadas son 191 y desaparecidas son 118. Otra vez, oremos por aquellos que perdieron la vida, las familias que están de luto y los que están esperando. Continuamos monitoreando la tormenta tropical Elsa y esperamos que Miami-Dade experimente principalmente lluvias intensas y algunos vientos hoy y mañana. Estamos en el día 12 y los hombres y mujeres continúan su misión con la misma determinación, la misma fuerza de voluntad que lo hicieron el primer día. Yo lo vi. Es un gran honor para mí servir junto a estos héroes, nuestros extraordinarios equipos de Condado de Miami-Dade y todos los socios estatales, federales y internacionales que han hecho posible esta operación. Mi corazón está con ellos y con toda nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Vice Chair for the Board of County Commissioner, Commissioner Oliver Gilbert.
Good morning. I don't have much to add. More than what the mayor said. First, I would just like to thank her for her leadership and her strength in this. It's important because when you get elected mayor, you don't think that this is going to happen. We don't prepare for stuff like this. And so watching her serve and lead through this has been truly, it's been my honor to serve and lead with her because that's what leadership is. It's getting something that's unanticipated and doing the very best you can and bringing people together while you do it. Look, 12 days ago, I think I stood in front of a microphone and I said that we're going to work, we're going to pray, and we're going to get through this together. And that's what we're doing. We're praying, we're working, and we're getting through this together. That takes different forms. Last night, the building came down, so that allows us to expand our search. That's the work that has to take place. You know, as we move forward in this process, I just want everybody not to forget the praying part. Because we're still praying to possibly find survivors. We're praying for peace and answers for the family, and we're praying that we can find the information. We can figure out exactly why this happened. Because This side of the microphone, and I'm sure that all of them would agree, is the worst place in the world in a situation like this. You don't ever want to be delivering bad news to a community, because it's not just those families that are hurt. It's the entire community. The weight of that building coming down, those buildings coming down, is on this entire community. And it's been a long ride for us. Look, it's not lost on me that we celebrated the 4th of July yesterday. And we didn't actually celebrate, not like we do. But last year we didn't actually celebrate like we do either because of COVID. And so it seems like we've been in this kind of malaise for a while as a community. My commitment, her commitment, our commitment is that we're going to pray and we're going to get through this and come out of this together. I know that we can do that. I know that we will do that. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. National Weather Service, Robert Moyeda.
Good morning. We're tracking Tropical Storm Elsa near the south coast of Cuba this morning. Although the forecast has the center of the storm passing closer to the west coast of Florida, we will still feel some intermittent showers, especially tonight and tomorrow, and these showers and thunderstorms will have some brief but gusty winds, and these winds could still be quite strong across the area, as well as locally heavy rain and localized flooding possible, and even the possibility of 1 or 2 tornadoes across South Florida. So this is for a time frame of tonight and tomorrow. En español, seguimos siguiendo la tormenta tropical Elsa, que está cerca de la costa sur de Cuba, aunque el centro de la tormenta se espera que esté más cerca de la costa oeste de la Florida. Aquí en el sureste de la Florida vamos a experimentar vientos fuertes en ráfagas con estas lluvias que van a pasar sobre nuestra zona esta tarde y también esta noche y mañana, tanto como posibles inundaciones debido a estas lluvias fuertes y la posibilidad de 1 o 2 tornados. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Moyeda. Division Director for Office of Emergency Management, Deputy Incident Commander Charles Sorrell.
Good morning, everyone. Residents and visitors are urged to continue monitoring Tropical Storm Elsa as it makes its closest approach to South Florida. Starting this evening, residents should avoid any unnecessary travel, as strong winds and heavy rains will make driving hazardous. If you have any questions, you can always call 311. Their hotline is open between hours of 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. Residents can also access disaster-related information 24 hours a day on what to do before, during, and after a storm at miamidade.gov/hurricane. Due to our own preparation, we continue to work at the county's Emergency Operations Center. Later today, we will begin implementing plans to redeploy our assets at the collapse site. Our Office of Communications will provide you with information as necessary as to when we will move and the hours and times of our future briefings. Details on future briefings. The Family Assistance Center will maintain service hours between 12 p.m. and 5 p.m. daily. Our total number of families served to date is 127. FEMA, as we have all been in a unified command, is also supporting our efforts. In order to access information on individual assistance for families, survivors, please go to fema.gov/disaster/3560. Anyone who has been impacted by this tragedy or wanting to stay up to date with the latest information regarding our response to Surfside can visit that website that I just mentioned or miamidade.gov/emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Para traducirle lo que dijo el comandante del incidente, Charles Sorrell, le voy a traducir. Residentes y nuestros visitantes se les urge que continúen monitoreando la tormenta tropical Elsa mientras se va acercando al sur de la Florida esta tarde y la noche. Empezando esta noche, se le pide a los residentes que no estén manejando por las simples razones que pueden haber fuertes vientos y también lluvias que lo hacen muy peligroso. Si tiene cualquier otra pregunta, se le pueden ir a la línea del 311 que van a estar operando de 8 de la mañana hasta las 7 de la noche para recibir más información. Residentes pueden también también acceder a información 24 horas al día al miamidade.gov/hurricane. Parte de nuestras propias preparaciones, también vamos a estar continuando trabajando aquí del Centro de Operación de Emergencia del Condado, localizado en El Doral. Más tarde en el día vamos a estar implementando planes para poder mandar recursos necesarios hacia el sitio del colapso. Más información de las localizaciones o las horas de informes breves van a estar proveídas por la Oficina de Comunicación del Condado. El Centro de Asistencia Familiar va a mantener su servicio durante las horas de 12 de la tarde hasta las 5 de la tarde diariamente. El número total de familias que van a asistir es 127. FEMA también ha apoyado todos nuestros esfuerzos y también para los servicios de las familias que han sido impactadas, y ha lanzado una página fema.gov/disaster/3560. Cualquiera persona que haya sido impactada por esta tragedia o se quiere permanecer en información al día pueden utilizar este link para poder ayudarlo de este momento en adelante. Y en este momento, at this time, our Creole translator, Leonard Letterbo.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Jeudi, nous avons atteint 2 jours après que l'incident est arrivé. Jeudi, nous avons confirmé que j'en étais prévoir il y a une démolition qui est faite sur ce site-là pour le reste bâtiment qui peut tomber. Ça fait hier soir à 10h30 dans la soirée. Donc, Kounia, parti ça, de Guétan à terre. L'équipe montée était sur place et l'équipe là travaille à partir de 1h du matin à rechercher. Et nous sommes capables de dire que démolir un building, ou partir d'un building, c'est une grosse décision que liée. Et nous avons fait ça parce que structure représente un grand danger pour nous qui travaillent sur le site. Pour le moment, FEMA sur place, la travaille avec tout acharnement que nous te connaissons, et il a fait tout ça pour nous capables de vivre dans la phase rebâtie. Il y a plusieurs millions de dollars qui sont ramassés, et pour qu'on nous capables de dire, nous qui ont inquiétude pour animal domestique que nous faisons tout effort pour nous capables de chercher. Des gens qui prennent l'échelle, des gens qui cherchent en bas cabane, d'un côté qui est accessible, des côtés qui fait recherche qui fait dans la closette, pour nous chercher animal ça, y compris nous servir avec drone pour qui ait effet thermique pour capable de faire recherche. Nous faisons tout ça nous capable pour animal domestique ça. Hier soir, dans le Condo, nous jouons 3 morts additionnels. Et ça qui portait chiffre qu'on a à 27 morts. Nous nous rejoignons à niveau 191 pour le moment. Elsa a approché et ça capable de passer dans Miami d'autres qu'on a capable de gros la pluie d'ici fin journée avec journée de demain. Pour le moment, l'équipe secours sur travail en pile, nous avons parlé avec eux récemment. Ça que nous sommes capables de dire que nous étions avec nous qui a souffert et nous sympathiser avec eux. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Edward. We're going to go into questions and answers. We also have present here Deputy Fire Chief Arthur Holmes, along with the Miami-Dade Police Department Director, Freddie Ramirez. So please raise your hand, wait until you're called upon, and address the speaker. Will?
For Chief Holmes, please. Sir, several days ago, Chief Kaminsky indicated that we had been through about 3 million pounds of this equipment earlier during the week of the debris. Now, obviously, more of that has come down. Do you have any idea how much more you have to deal with now, even though you have access to the site? And the work plan for that, obviously, this is a tedious process. Do you have any update on those numbers?
I don't have any updates on the numbers of pounds now. But with the building down, we were able to focus on that area that we was trying to get to that was causing a threat to our personnel. But I can't get you that number later on.
Is there any number about what, on an average workday, you will be able to get through to get the director the things that his department needs to do the investigation, and of course the family members, the recovery, any artifacts? Is there an idea for any amount of time that it's going to take per day to go through this?
We're working 24 hours a day. We have two 12-hour blocks. We have teams on it in the afternoon and teams on it at night. We're working 24 hours a day.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Cava, first of all, congratulations to the entire team on a successful mission last night. We all feel it for you, and there's a sense of relief, I think, in the community and in this room. You mentioned now that you can access the area closest to the building, which I imagine was not accessible earlier. Can you tell us what all of you anticipate finding there and what's happening today also with the audit and the investigation as we move forward?
So this pile closest to the building was actually holding the building up, and so therefore it was not safe to do search activities on that part of the pile. So that was, apart from the impending storm, we wanted to move that building if we could safely do so, so that we could gain access to that pile. So that is the focus of our efforts right now. We're looking for voids, again, where someone may have been able to be inside, and so that is the purpose of the search right now. As
The audit and investigation.
yes, so this investigation is going to be ongoing. It's very complicated. The state attorney has indicated she would ask the grand jury to get involved. We have the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. They have been active on the site. They did LiDAR photographing of the existing structure before it came down. They have teams that have been exploring every part of the building that they had access to. They have been interviewing people, and so the investigation will continue over a long period of time.
Thank you so
Can I
much.
get a Spanish media question right here?
Yes, question in Spanish on the tropical storm side. The effects that you described, is that happening, I believe, on Wednesday for South Florida in Spanish? And will that affect the rescue effort, even if it's not a direct impact? The rains, the possible winds, is that going to affect the search effort in español?
Sí, los impactos de las lluvias y los vientos sería para esta noche y mañana principalmente. Hemos estado, bueno, desde que esto empezó, hemos estado llamando a personas que están, al personal que están ahí en el sitio, avisándoles cuando hay mal tiempo aproximándose a la zona. O sea, y otros esfuerzos van a continuar.
Pero la búsqueda puede continuar durante el paso de los efectos de la tormenta.
Bueno, yo no puedo contestar eso específicamente, solo o sea, en cuanto a los informes del tiempo, nosotros avisamos a los que están en el sitio si hay mal tiempo, por ejemplo, relámpagos o fuertes lluvias o fuertes vientos aproximándose a la zona. Entonces ellos toman las acciones apropiadas.
Excuse me. También puedo decir, los vientos hasta 30 millas por hora podemos seguir, y solamente por relámpagos terminamos un poquito.
Right here. Mayor, as far as Tropical Storm Elsa, and you addressed it well, but I just want to know, is there a threshold where you, once it's, the elements start happening, where do you look at the threshold as far as ceasing operations?
So, as I just said in Spanish, it's about 30 miles per hour. Okay.
Can you go back this week?
We go to about 30 miles per hour. Wind is safe to conduct the search, and only otherwise leave for lightning.
And then the other one, 12 days, 27 deceased. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more deceased, but everyone in this room and everyone in the world wants there to be a miracle. But how hard is it to avoid saying this is a recovery mission?
We worked very hard to bring this building down so we could get access to this pile. Well, it is hoped that there are voids that will allow us to continue the search and rescue operation. So that is what we are doing today.
Right here, followed by Dozen.
Mayor Cava, specific follow-up to the investigation. Is there a design flaw being looked at in the building, in the Champlain buildings, and are the police part of that investigation?
You want to answer that, Frank?
Good morning. Like the mayor stated earlier, there are other investigators involved in this process, very preliminary. Right now, the scope of the Miami-Dade Police Department is a death investigation. Our goal is to work with fire rescue to recover family members and make those notifications. As this moves forward, we'll have those linear investigations, and we'll be working under the scope of our state attorney, Kathy Rundle, who's also involved in this process. But right now, the scope is recovering family members.
And preserving evidence.
Exactly, preserving evidence.
Okay.
And what about the design? Is a possible design flaw being looked at?
We're too early in this process to really start discussing those things. Right now, as I discussed, those entities are in a fact-finding mode, and we're focusing on recovering victims right now. But this will be a long process, as has been stated, and it will be very thorough.
Could I ask the fire chief a question? Regarding rescue personnel looking under beds for pets, when did that happen? Was that the first day? Was that June 24th, or was that more recent?
Doug, it happened as of yesterday that they were at great risk to themselves searching inside those units that had been indicated might have pets and searching very thoroughly.
So rescue personnel was sent into that building to look for pets under beds?
Correct.
In person?
Correct.
And could I just follow up with this? If this were to become a recovery operation, what would we see differently in terms of the search? Would anything change, or would there be a change in the label?
No, there's nothing to change. Nothing would change.
Nothing would change?
Nothing would change.
Just the label and who would be in charge of it?
Correct.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Thank you, Mayor. It has been 12 days, and it has been a very long time. And a lot of people are asking how long does it take for the rescue? And can you give us a specific timeline, days, weeks, months? And how likely do you think there are still people alive under the rubble?
So we are on day 12, and obviously the longer we go, the harder it is. However, we have just opened the possibility of searching an area where there may be voids, and that is where we're concentrating our efforts.
And for the victims, the families of the victims, except insurance, what kind of other remedies will they get from the county or from the state?
So we have on site the counselors with FEMA, with the State Department of Emergency Management, the private sector that is handling donations that have been given generously from around the world. We have counselors, relocation assistance experts. We are with these families as long as it takes to help them, not just for those who must bury loved ones, but beyond.
For the international rescue team, what kind of role are they playing in this rescue?
So we had international rescue workers from both Israel and Mexico that joined the team. They were embedded along with the task force members and were fully involved in the search and rescue operation.
One final question. We're good? Thank you very much, folks.
Do you know which one the next presser might be? Probably 6:30. Thank you.
Here?
Yes, we're planning for it to be here.
Yeah, we're planning to do it here just because
You get a chance. I know you're working hard.
we'll head out.
You were listening in to this press conference out of Surfside earlier today following the demolition. You're going to see it right here. Again, rescuers resuming their search this Monday at the site of the collapsed condo tower in Surfside, Florida, after the remaining portion of the structure was demolished, clearing the way to previously inaccessible places where additional bodies were reported found. Officials saying 3 more victims were discovered in the new area of the rubble, bringing the death toll to 27 people. Another 118 people remain unaccounted for. This demolition late Sunday was crucial to the search and rescue effort. Officials saying that it raised the prospect that crews could increase both the pace of their work and the number of searchers at the site. Still, no one has been rescued alive since the first hours of the collapse at the towers on June 24th, unfortunately. But you heard from the Miami mayor. They're saying that they are not losing hope. They are hoping that this is still going to be a rescue effort moving forward, not just a recovery effort. Teams had been unable to access areas closest to the remaining structure because of its instability. The demolition actually allowed teams to access new areas, including bedrooms where people were believed to be sleeping at the time of the disaster. Workers immediately began clearing some of the new debris after the demolition so rescuers could start making their way into parts of the underground garage. That is definitely of particular interest. Officials also saying that the search effort resumed around midnight and had been called off on Saturday to allow specialists to drill holes for explosives needed for the demolition. They're also taking weather into account here. We've been tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. We'll continue doing that here on News Now. And as we said before, we are going to be bringing you out to that live update around 3:30 here, Phoenix, Arizona time, 6:30 on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we have more on this story out of Surfside. We'll be hearing from Governor DeSantis as he spoke around the same exact time as those local officials following this demolition just last night on the 4th of July. And welcome back to News Now from Fox, a live look from our radar here. A tropical storm warning has been issued along much of the Florida's west coast as Elsa continues pushing towards the state. The National Hurricane Center's latest advisory shows that Tropical Storm Elsa is currently about 45 miles southeast of Cuba and 130 miles south of Key West, Florida. Elsa continues its northwestward track at 14 miles per hour with maximum sustained winds that are at 50 miles per hour. Over the next 2 to 3 days, the tropical cyclone should move between a subtropical ridge over the southwest North Atlantic and a mid-level low over the northern Gulf of Mexico. Forecasters say that Elsa is making landfall on the south coast of Cuba while bringing heavy rains and is expected to pass near the lower Keys. With each new advisory, though, the storm continues to track slightly to the west. Orlando is now outside of the projected path. We did get an update, a really quick update. I just want to play a portion of it for you from the National Hurricane Center Let's listen into this real quickly here, and then we're going to head into some of those remarks from Governor DeSantis out of Florida.
It's got an opportunity to maintain itself and maybe even get a little stronger. So the forecast continues a tropical storm strength, and that's why we have these tropical storm warnings up for much of the west coast of Florida. So we think it's going to be tropical storm strength, but at the same time, we got to watch it real close because there's always uncertainty when you're over land and then the storm enters the Gulf of Mexico. So we're going to be watching that real close, and we're going to get another aircraft in there as soon as it gets off the coastline. We're going to try to get an aircraft in there right away to see what happens after the Cuban land.
If they give any more updates out of the National Hurricane Center, we'll of course bring it to you here on News Now. But for now, let's go out to Governor DeSantis from earlier today following that demolition effort yesterday, and hopefully a little bit of an update talking about weather too.
Good afternoon. I was able to go earlier this morning and look at the site and obviously see the demolished building. When they were raising the issue about doing this, one of the main concerns that we had were, well, two concerns. Was one, you did have a storm approaching. We weren't sure what track that was going to take. We did not want to see any type of problems with that building impeding the search. So that was one of the impetuses. The other thing is the place that was, the pile that was closest to the remaining structure was effectively inaccessible by our search and rescue people. And so when I went out there this morning, of course, the whole building's now down. They were on that pile that had been difficult for them to access. And so they're making a lot of progress with the search effort in that part. When they drew this up and told me what was going to happen, obviously the Miami-Dade made the final call. We were supportive of it. We funded it at the state level. They explained to me how it was going to happen. It would just basically fall down in place. And lo and behold, it fell down in place. If you look around there was not a lot of debris, even right after it coming down. You could still drive a vehicle down the road. And then now, you wouldn't have even known, if you hadn't known that was there, that something had just came down within the last day. So I think it was a good effort. I think it was the right thing to do. And I think it will help us move forward unimpeded and really be able to get the job done for the families, for the community of Surfside, for Miami-Dade, and for the state of Florida. We are, at least in terms of the Surfside with this storm, Elsa, the news is pretty good, pretty positive. They continue the 11 a.m. update for the National Hurricane Center advisory, moved it further west. So I will be signing a revised executive order later today, and we will likely be removing Miami-Dade from the affected counties. We will likely be removing DeSoto and Hardy, who are interior Florida, but in the southern part of the state, we'll likely remove them. And that's because the track is pushing it further out into the Gulf of Mexico. On the other hand, we're going to have to add a lot of counties in the northern part of the state, particularly in the Big Bend region. So you're looking at counties like that we had in there, north of places like Dixie and Levy County, and then also some interior counties. So we're working with the meteorologists. We're working on that, but we will have that done very soon. So the impact, the landfall impact of this storm is likely to be north of Tampa Bay and probably even north of Citrus County at this point. And again, they're going to continue to monitor the track. It's going to start passing over Cuba today. And once it gets on the other side of Cuba, we'll have an even better idea of what the track looks like. But our plan is the same. We understand that this is just part of living in Florida. We are reminding people, just if you do have power outages, and we do anticipate some power outages, if you do have those power outages and you're using a generator, please make sure that that generator is exhausting outside your home and outside your garage. If that is inside a garage or inside a home, you will have carbon monoxide poisoning, and that's caused more people have passed away in Florida in the last 4 years from carbon monoxide poisoning responding to a power outage than from direct impacts of the storm. So just be smart, understand that that's a risk, and then just listen to folks on your local community about if there is a need to do any type of evacuations. We don't anticipate the need for any type of widespread evacuations based on this storm. It's going to be a strong tropical storm. if you are in certain areas, you may have a local emergency manager recommend an evacuation. And if that's the case, then heed that. But I think we're really looking at folks who are special needs or power dependent and likely wouldn't see that for a broader section of the community at this point. But we'll continue to provide updates. We're working with the National Weather Service. Obviously, we're working with all the local counties affected. But bottom line is, we're going to take Miami-Dade out. We're going to take a couple other interior counties in southern Florida out. We'll be adding a number of counties in the northern half of the state. And again, the most recent track is we're looking at impacts north of Citrus County, probably in that Dixie County area. And if we continue to see any movement beyond that, then obviously we will update people. We do not anticipate when it's in the Gulf of Mexico that this storm is just going to end up going west of Florida. That is not. Every single model is in agreement that once it's in the Gulf, there is going to be a movement back northeast, and we obviously anticipate that will impact the state of Florida. So we're ready for that, but we are, as much as you don't want to have to deal with these, the movement west, at least for this Surfside site, means that the impacts here should be incredibly minimal. You may get some rain, you may get a little bit of wind, but nothing like we were looking at maybe a couple days ago with tropical storm force gusts. And with that, I'll introduce Kevin Guthrie, Emergency Management Director, and then we'll do the Surfside Mayor, Charles Burkett.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, for your leadership on this. Being able to respond to 2 incidents statewide at the same time is something we're very accustomed to, and it makes it much easier when you have your leadership, sir and ma'am. The only thing that I'll just kind of put an exclamation point on what the governor just said is I did talk to the state meteorologist. I did talk to Dr. Ken Graham at the Natural Hurricane Center. Both of them wanted me to let all of our residents know probably the most two significant updates we're going to get is at 11 o'clock tonight and 5 a.m. in the morning on the next updates. As it comes and emerges off the coast of Cuba, there could be the situation where the center may reform to the east or may reform further west. We just don't know what it's going to do when it hits Cuba. So again, as it comes off of Cuba, somewhere around 7, 8 o'clock tonight, they're going to try to get a really good forecast on it at 11 p.m. If not 11 p.m., 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So again, if you watch the late night news tonight, pay attention to the forecast there. If not, see the ones in the morning on the latest updates. The last thing I would say is, again, do not focus on the center of this storm. Do not focus on the center of Elsa. It is going to start encountering some wind shear, and it's going to become, lopsided or asymmetrical, and it's going to push a lot of rain onto the east side of this storm. So again, be very cognizant of that, and make sure you look at all of the weather forecasts that come out in your local area. And again, I'll reiterate what the governor said. Please pay attention to your local emergency managers. They know your area best. They will order the evacuations based on what's going on in their county. Thank you.
Good morning. First, I want to thank the governor and the lieutenant governor for being here, and I want to correct a serious misstatement that I made recently. I said that the governor had been here very often, almost every day. That was incorrect. He's been here every day. So I want to thank him for that. I also want to touch on a couple things that I learned from walking the site this morning early and listening to the families at the morning briefing. We have rescue crews working now in 6 different places. We were back to work 20 minutes after the demolition was completed. The demolition was executed flawlessly, and the rescue team said none of the existing pile where there are victims still was affected. Heavy equipment is now being able to be employed in the rescue effort where before it was not. That's a significant change because now our men and women who are out there on the pile can utilize that equipment because we've got millions of dollars worth of equipment thanks to Florida Governor DeSantis and the Lieutenant Governor. We've got everything we need. Operations are now moving much faster than they ever have. The only remaining potential barrier is dangerous weather, which may or may not occur. Bad weather, the search and rescue will continue for 24 hours a day, bad weather accepted, lightning specifically. The search will continue for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, until we pull everybody out of that rubble and reunite them with their family. Again, I want to thank the governor for his flawless support here. Surfside, Little Surfside really appreciates it. The fact that he's been here every day is amazing. He's got his staff here. The Dade County Mayor has been wonderful. As a matter of fact, I want to congratulate the Dade County Mayor for her decisive leadership with respect to the demolition. I met with the governor 2 days ago, and he and I talked about the need to bring this building down in light of the storm. There was the very real potential where this storm could have knocked the building down in the wrong way on top of that pile, which would have effectively ended the search and rescue. That message I delivered to Mayor Cava. All her experts had told her it would take 3 weeks. To her credit, she went back, she talked to additional experts, and she came back 12 hours later, and now we know what happened. The building's gone, the threat is gone, the work continues, and I'm very hopeful that we're going to be seeing some miracles in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Muy buenas tardes. El gobernador más tarde va a revisar la orden ejecutiva para añadir varios condados al norte. Tal vez en ese momento va a remover Miami-Dade y tal vez otros condados que no están ahora en peligro y con riesgo debido a la tormenta tropical Elsa. Sabemos que esto es algo que obviamente va a cambiar. Ahora actualmente está encima de Cuba, pero cuando sale por encima de Cuba sabemos que todos los meteorólogos piensan que eso va a...
So as this press conference goes into Spanish, we're going to take a quick break here on News Now from Fox. We're going to be staying in Florida, tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. And in that bottom right-hand corner, you're seeing that video taken of the condo demolition, which was done to help with search and rescue efforts. And like we have been saying, we're expecting another fresh update in the next 20 minutes or so out of Surfside with some of those local officials. So don't go away. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Rescate y búsqueda y también para ayudar lo que es el peligro y el riesgo que estaba corriendo nuestros rescatistas. Continuamos con la operación de búsqueda y rescate y sabemos que los que están trabajando día tras día, les pedimos que seguimos orando por ellos porque ha sido un esfuerzo muy difícil para ellos y les agradecemos a todos los que han venido a ayudar aquí a la Florida. Muchas gracias.
Okay. Take a couple questions. Buena. I don't know for sure on that. I can tell you that because that newly accessible area where it was, that happened to be where a lot of the master bedrooms are, that they have made identifications from there. I don't want to say all, but they really believe that they are going to be able to make, that the identifications will be able to accelerate now that they have access to that because of it had been inaccessible and then because there were likely a lot of people who were sleeping at that time, unfortunately, in that part of it. Yes, ma'am. So some of the people that survived, that left the tower, no, look, I think it's a huge issue. Obviously, the search is the priority because a building came down, we have people unaccounted for, and you got to find, you got to identify, and we obviously would have liked to have seen some folks rescued over these many days, and that has not happened yet, but the identification, the search has got to continue. Then you also have people who fortunately were able to get out. Well, guess what? We knew they were never going to be able to go back to that building. I would have loved for them to go in and get their belongings, but every single person said it's too dangerous, that you could potentially have people die if that were to happen. So obviously it wasn't worth that risk. We cannot lose any more people. And so the thought that was kind of the discussions were they're not going to be able to ever go into that again. And it potentially creates problems for the search effort, especially with the storm. So we're just going to have to deal with it. So you deal with it. The problem, though, is that people's lives were in that part of the building. And that's a tragedy, too. There's going to be everything from valuables to keepsakes. And now this was their home. Now, some people have multiple residences. That may not have been their primary, but some people, that was their primary. So how do you get them back on the feet? So what we're doing in terms of, obviously you have the FEMA individual assistance that we were approved for, so we think that that's something that needs to be done and is very important. But also all these private charities, there's a lot of people that want to help. You have the stuff that went to the support Surfside. You have the shul at Bar Harbor. You know, I've talked with other folks here in town. They've raised money in other vehicles, and so we're going to work to help that. And I can tell you this, if there's somebody that needs a place to stay, there's folks just on this strip who are going to put people up. I spoke with the owner of the Four Seasons. He's willing to put people up. They've raised money. So there is a lot of support. And I was just speaking with Charles Burkett about this. We need to, if people are generous, we need to make sure that money is getting channeled into these relief efforts. Now is like the most important time because it's the most difficult situation. Then obviously as you get beyond that, these are folks who, what their insurance, we want to make sure, I've spoken with Jimmy Petronas about making sure the insurance companies are responsive to these folks, particularly under the circumstances. So they're going to have insurance claims, and then there's going to be obviously other things in terms of making them as whole as you can from the loss of property. And you're going to have a lot of mental health impacts from people who are able to get out. Obviously the families who lost somebody, that's going to be the most devastating. But I've spoken with a number of the folks who were able to get out. This is a really harrowing experience. And you literally have people that had their unit been 20 feet another direction, they would have been in rubble. And so they're there, and their neighbor has never been heard from again. And so this is something that's very traumatic. So the mental health aspects are going to be very, very important. And this is something that is going to require long-term support. But I can tell you the support is there. Getting through some of the bureaucracy to channel that sometimes in situations like this, unfortunately, can be something that we have to do. But the support is there. This community, South Florida, all of Florida, and really people throughout the country have wanted to do it. And we were actually just speaking about ways, the mayor and I were just speaking about other ways that we can channel some of this generosity into relief efforts. It's great to have a FEMA, and it's great for them to provide individual assistance. But understand, that's a bureaucracy. There's certain things that you have to do. It's not as flexible. When we have folks, particularly in a community like this, that are able to step forward, if someone needs a hotel, you can have that. And longer term stays, they're willing to do that. So that's really important. So we're going to be working on that, doing that. Well, the latter part I will leave to the fire department and Miami-Dade County. I will say this is ongoing. We've basically cleared, I think, a lot of the remaining hurdles. So you're going to see them working round the clock like they have been. I think they're going to make more and more progress. More and more things are accessible. As you look, because the building was brought down just according to plan, it basically fell into place. Why that's important is because you can now use heavy machinery to get rid of the rubble where we know that that was not part of the original collapse. Had that building fallen over the original pile, well then the evidentiary issues, the search issues, all of that would have been much more difficult. So they're going to be doing heavy machinery off Collins Avenue right there and on the sides. They're going to be moving that away, I think, pretty quickly. And then behind, of course, on the east side, you will then see the traditional search that will be able to now access every part of that pile, which they hadn't been able to do up to this point. So I think it's going to move apace. I think the momentum is very strong. A lot of those folks, they pulled a couple of the guys off the rubble when I went to see it this morning. And they said, yes, this is the area where we were not able to get into previously. We're there now. We think we're going to make a lot of progress. Okay, time for one more. Yes. So the question's on the Israeli. What's the role of them going forward? They're on the pile now. I just was able to say hello to some of the folks that were going on in the next shift, thank them for their efforts. They're invested in this. And I think that, many of you who've been here for a while, I think you've gotten the sense of this, but these folks, when they get involved in this mission, this becomes very personal to them. They want to be able to get the answers. They want to be able to identify. They want these searches to continue. And I think that that's what you're seeing with the Israelis. They've been very, very helpful because they came in with a computer model of the building. They understood different rooms. They understood where it would make sense to search. And that information was used by our search and rescue.
By, you're going to cover everything that's going on in Pinellas. Thank you, Dan.
All right, let's head to Pasco County now, where officials are also stressing the need to prepare there as well, especially for residents who live along the coastline. Fox 13's Josh Cassio reports tonight from Newport.
Okay, so we just wanted to cut in there to get into some of the coverage out of Fox 13 in Tampa as they are covering the storm. But I do want to flash for you really quick. We have that latest update coming out of Miami-Dade County. We'll be hearing from local officials for the Monday evening condo update, condo collapse update. So that's coming up here in just a little bit, probably less than 10 minutes now. So we're actually going to go out to a commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And then, like we said, we'll be doing storm coverage into the night here on NewsNOW from Fox. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. Almost 3:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We are waiting in the coming minutes here, 8 minutes away from the evening press conference. An update from Miami-Dade County. Like we've been showing you, the latest we have is 27 people dead following that demolition from the weekend. Still over 100 people unaccounted for. Hopefully we'll be getting some more promising numbers from Florida into the night here, but we're also tracking the tropical storm Elsa. We're going to go out to Fox 13 in Tampa for some of their latest reporting on that. Preparations underway in several different counties across the state. And then, of course, like we've said, once we see these officials step up to the podium, we'll take it live.
County now, where officials are also stressing the need to prepare there as well, especially for residents who live along the coastline. Fox 13's Josh Cassio reports tonight from Newport Richie as folks there get ready for Elsa.
Officials here in Pasco County don't want folks to fall victim to complacency. At the end of the day, it doesn't have to be a major storm to cause real damage.
And that's why they stressed, have a plan today. Prepare your kit. Make sure you have food. Make sure you have water. Hopefully you don't need it, but at least you'll be ready for the rest of the season. Now, here in Pasco, there is no local state of emergency order in place at this point. No shelters are being opened yet either. Of course, all of that could change depending on what the storm does over the next several hours. That being said, we did see folks filling up sandbags today, heeding the advice to prepare early.
Tropical storms have cost millions of dollars of damage in the past, so it's just as important to take this storm as serious as you would any other storm.
First storm of the season, especially if you're new in the area and you really don't know like how the flood is going to affect you, how flooding is going to affect you in the area, I would definitely recommend getting sandbags.
They're also encouraging folks to have a plan and stick to it. They're also reminding people that the ground is already very saturated, which increases the likelihood of trees coming down, so that is something else to be aware of. In Pasco County, Josh Cassio, Fox 13 News.
All right, Josh, thank you. In Hillsborough and Tampa, there are half a dozen sandbag sites, plus another in Temple Terrace. The county already has 20,000 bags filled up. All you have to do is drive up and load as many as 10 in your trunk.
This is appropriate for anyone in Florida, essentially. Do you need to do it? It's always better to be prepared to do it than not do it. So to have these tools to secure your home is always best.
Oh, yes, it is. If you want to find the location for sandbags nearest you and you think you may need some sandbags, the hours they're open, it's all on our website, fox13news.com. Just click on the county by county headline. The details are right there. And this just into from Zoo Tampa. We found out it will be closed tomorrow in anticipation of severe weather from Tropical Storm Elsa. The zoo says it's taking some precautions to ensure the safety of the animals.
And when we are not on air, you can stay up to date with all the very latest on Elsa online, myfoxhurricane.com. The site's got your models for the hurricanes and all the storms we're tracking, and of course Elsa right there at the top. All right, so also developing today in Hillsborough County, deputies are investigating a potentially deadly alligator attack in Valrico. A woman's body was discovered last night in this retention pond here near the Landings Bar and Grill. They say the body that they recovered appears to have suffered injuries with what they say would be consistent with an alligator attack. The cause of death is still not yet determined and the investigation's ongoing, but that's certainly what it appears at this point. Gator trappers were called out to the pond and the medical examiner's office will now determine the official cause of death.
Okay, the Lightning are just one win away from the Stanley Cup. The big question, can they sweep Montreal? The puck drops in less than 2 hours. Even though the game is away in Montreal tonight, Amalie Arena is sold out for tonight's watch party.
As they go into coverage there of obviously some sports, we want to stay on the Surfside story and go into one of the latest reports from our very own Phil Keating, who has been on the ground in Florida. Here's the latest out of Surfside.
The remainder of the Champlain Towers coming down Sunday evening, making it clear for crews to get back to work in their search for victims.
As far as this demolition, it was picture perfect. Exactly what we were told would happen happened.
The decision to demolish the building came after remnants of the standing structure shifted on Thursday, prompting a suspension of the search. And as the storm Elsa moves toward Florida, fears mounted the weather could take the building down on its own.
It appears as though the approaching storm may have been a blessing in disguise for us, in that it initiated the demolition discussion.
And I feel relief. I feel relief because this building was unstable. The building was hampering our search efforts. Really, we were stuck, that we couldn't get to a certain part of the pile. I've heard them say that they think there are voids in this area, areas where they'll be able to search. So I'm excited. I'm excited about that.
Rescue crews are hoping the demolition opens the way for them to see parts of the underground garage, where there is hope there may be some spaces where survivors can be found.
This has been a horrendous, horrendous tragedy for Surfside, for these families, for the world. And together we're pushing through to do the very best we can to help the families who are waiting and help those who've been displaced.
No one has been rescued alive since the first hours after the June 24th collapse. In Surfside, Florida, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Okay, so that was Charles Watson right there. And like we said, we are awaiting officials to speak and come forward on the Florida condo collapse following demolition. You saw the video that happened this past weekend. They're hoping that that can help with search and rescue efforts. We are just a minute away now from that official update. We're going to stay on this shot and just listen in to the podium here. Hopefully, they should be walking up very soon. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. If you don't already, you can always follow us on social media at NewsNow Fox. We're on Twitter. You can also find us on our website, newsnowfox.com. We are on, we are always going, and we are always bringing you the latest information from across the country.
So here we are again at the end of day 12, and we're able to report that the search and rescue team has been able to search all sections of the grid on the collapse following the building demolition, now that the entire area is safe to search. And so the teams have now removed over 4.8 million pounds of concrete from the pile as they're searching through the evidentiary debris. The bad weather, unfortunately, has caused some temporary pauses of the work, specifically lightning, which, as you know, is not safe for conducting the search effort. It does force us to stop to protect the safety of our first responders. But through the team's ongoing search efforts today, we have recovered another victim. The number of confirmed deaths is now 28. With 26 identified, 191 accounted for, and 117 unaccounted for. And I want to remind everyone once again that our detectives are continuously auditing the list to verify all the reports of potentially missing people, and as a result, these numbers will likely shift. I'm in awe of the men and women of the USAR task force teams who've been continuing to brave dangerous and changing conditions for 12 days, fire, smoke, and now wind and torrential rain. They are continuing the mission and the search of the collapse area. They've worked under this great difficulty, and they have pulled shifts to rotate because that's how much they want to be out there searching. The first responders are the most frustrated by any delays we have experienced. Truly, they live to save lives. And they've pushed ahead no matter what is thrown in their way, and our community and the whole nation and world is forever grateful to them as we've watched them labor to save lives and find people. And as we're experiencing now the outer bands of Tropical Storm Elsa, we've seen this inclement weather and some tornado warnings across the county. So if you do not need to be out tonight, please try to stay home to avoid any potentially dangerous conditions on the roads. And I also want to remind our community that all county departments will be operating as normal tomorrow. I want to take a moment to thank all of you, the members of the media, for your own extraordinary efforts over these past 12 days. I know that reporting this tragedy and telling the stories of those who've been lost and those who are grieving is not easy for you either. I've spoken to you. I've seen it in your faces. I know that it's very, very personal for you. So on behalf of this community, we're deeply grateful for all of you. And especially, I want to mention the reporters at the Miami Herald and so many other journalists for the care and attention that they've given for telling the stories of these individual families and what they've gone through, the impact that it's had, and making sure that the world knows that they have lived lives that have now been lost, that we celebrate, that we remember. Thank you for helping to remind us of all of our shared humanity and making sure that these stories are not forgotten. Al final del día 12 podemos informar que hoy el equipo de búsqueda y rescate.
So while Mayor Levine Cava goes into Spanish there, you heard her announce that one more body has been discovered in the rubble of the condo collapse, bringing the death toll now, 12 days later since this happened, to 28 confirmed fatalities. You heard from Mayor Levine Cava that 4.8 million pounds of concrete has been extracted from the site. They have searched now all parts of the grid. And she says they are experiencing some delays, some pauses due to weather, especially some lightning in the area. And she said that this is quite unnerving and frustrating to those search and rescue officials on the ground because they don't want to pause, they want to keep going, but alas, their safety is of the utmost importance as well. And so that is where this stands right now on this Monday, July 5th, 12 days since Champlain Towers South on the beach in Surfside collapsed in the middle of the night. 28 people now confirmed dead, scores still missing and unaccounted for. And this is the last press conference of the day. You see Mayor Burkett of Surfside to the left of Mayor Cava of Miami-Dade County. We'll hear from them. Let's listen in once again and see if they are in English and not in Spanish at the moment.
Esta comunidad, estamos profundamente agradecidos a los reporteros del Miami Herald y a tantos otros periodistas por el cuidado y la atención que han brindado para compartir las historias personales de todas las familias afectadas para asegurarse de que el mundo sepa sobre las vidas vividas y perdidos. Gracias por ayudarnos a recordarnos a todos nuestra unidad compartida y por asegurarse de que estas historias no se olvidan. Muchísimas gracias a todos y que tenga una buena noche y segura. Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. National Weather Service, Robert Moyeda.
Good evening. As the outer bands of Tropical Storm Elsa continue to affect our region, we'll continue to see these scattered showers and thunderstorms move through the area. They're not going to be continuous. They'll be rather intermittent, but we will see these showers and thunderstorms move rapidly across the area as we go through the nighttime hours tonight and also into tomorrow. And we do expect the weather to gradually improve tomorrow, starting tomorrow evening, and back to our more typical summertime type weather by the middle of the week and by the end of the week. So we'll still have to watch out for some gusty winds with these passing showers and thunderstorms, and also some heavy rainfall, which could aggravate some of the flooding that's already going on out there as well. Mientras que las bandas exteriores de la tormenta tropical Elsa sigan moviéndose sobre el sur de la Florida, vamos a continuar viendo
And there, that official, I believe, from the National Hurricane Center or the National Weather Service, updating the public on the movements of Tropical Storm Elsa now. All likelihood indicates that it is moving up the Gulf Coast of Florida and will not be as impactful as officials there thought just at the end of last week about hitting the Atlantic coast, South Florida, and impeding these search and rescue efforts. So they somewhat dodged this storm, but we'll be tracking that throughout the week here and seeing how it does impact the Gulf Coast residents of the state of Florida. Let's listen into Mayor Burkett of Surfside.
What's going on in Surfside? I've just come from the site and the afternoon family briefing. The site is busier and more active now than I've seen it since we began. There are, now that the damaged building is down, the site is staffed with a tremendous amount of search and rescue workers. The heavy equipment is now able to move around the site as needed. The looming threat of that building, the dangerous situation where debris could fall down is now eliminated. So we're operating at 100% capacity, and I'm very excited about that. And I believe I sense that the families were too. Heavy equipment is now fully engaged and able to navigate over the entire site, where before they were very limited. Operations seem to be moving much faster and will continue 24 hours a day for the indefinite future until everybody's pulled out of that site. Lastly, the mayor said she was in awe. I join her in that awe. The Miami-Dade Fire Department, the Miami-Dade Police Department, our municipal police departments, all the volunteers, all the search and rescue workers, and all the support personnel have been absolutely fabulous. I've been out there all day long and usually late into the night, and I have not heard one complaint. On the contrary, I've asked them what they need, and they've told me over and over again that they've been getting everything they need. They have tremendous support, and I want to thank the Dade County Mayor for all of that, because it comes from the top, and we've got great leadership, and that's what's causing this rescue attempt to pull all these people out of there to be so successful. Thank you, Mayor Cava.
Thank you, Mayor Burkett. Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Chief Alan Comiskey.
Good evening. As stated, we're continuing our search efforts, beginning operational period last night and continuing throughout. We've had 2 stops throughout the 2 operational periods. We have all 5 of the federal task force teams working throughout in rotations, as well as we're offsetting with a Florida Task Force 1 and Florida Task Force 2. We've definitely been able to now have access to all the grids. So we've been able to primarily focus on grid B1 and D1, which was the most difficult, being where they were and basically supporting the building. So definitely made progress in those areas in our delayering. Still, with our methods and how we go through, but definitely moving, full speed ahead in regards to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief. Representing the Small Business Administration, Roberto Maldonado.
Good evening, everyone. The U.S. Small Business Administration today announced that July the 6th will be an opening day for a Business Recovery Center, or BRC, in Miami-Dade County. This is to help the business community impacted by the Surfside collapse. The Business Recovery Center is located in the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity Mobile Unit, which is physically at 95th Street and Collins Avenue, very close, in close proximity rather, to the Surfside Business District. It'll operate Monday through Saturday until further notice. The schedule is going to be Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and closed on Sundays. By the same token, our team has been, since June the 30th, operating at the Seaview Hotel in Bal Harbor, where we have met with families, friends, and some business owners to provide assistance. Our assistance is in the form of federal disaster loans. These are loans that are helping the business community and individuals recover by whether it is physical damage and or economic injury, which is primarily what the business community is experiencing. We invite them to please visit sba.gov/disaster and become familiar with the program, the documentation required to submit an application, and because we are in hurricane season, how to be prepared. Y ahora en español. La Agencia para el Desarrollo de Pequeñas Empresas, o SBA por sus siglas en inglés, anunció que el 6 de julio estará abriendo un Centro de Recuperación Económica Empresarial, BRC por sus siglas en inglés. Esto es para asistir a los negocios afectados por el colapso estructural que ocurrió en Surfside. Este centro opera dentro de la unidad móvil del Departamento de Oportunidad Económica del Estado de la Florida, el cual está físicamente ubicado en la 95 calle y la avenida Collins, en esa intersección, justo en el medio del distrito comercial de Surfside. El centro operará de lunes a sábado hasta nuevo aviso. El horario realmente es de lunes a viernes de 8 de la mañana a 5 de la tarde, los sábados de 10 de la mañana a 2 de la tarde y cerrado los domingos. De igual forma, nuestro equipo ha estado operando desde el 30 de junio en el Centro de Asistencia para las Familias, ofreciendo aquella ayuda, aquella guía y aquella información que tanto las familias como los negocios necesitan para recuperarse. La ayuda que nosotros ofrecemos es a través de préstamos federales de desastre. Son préstamos de muy bajo interés y a largos plazos plazos de pago para que ellos puedan reparar o reemplazar materiales físicos que han perdido o reponerse de el impacto económico que un desastre como este causa en la comunidad de negocios. Por ende, los invitamos a todos a que visiten sba.gov/desastre para que no solo se informen en torno al programa, sino que encuentren también el listado de documentos que necesitan para...
All right, while emergency management officials do continue in Spanish here, we are learning, for those of you who are just coming to this news conference right now, that one more body was recovered today in a Surfside condo collapse in South Florida, bringing the death toll to 28 confirmed fatalities. And so this is just now the second of two updates that we get daily since this happened 12 days ago. And there you can see the representative speaking in Creole for a lot of the Haitian residents in Miami. Miami is such a cosmopolitan, international crossroads, a huge Latino population, a very large Jewish population, and you're seeing this kind of all manifest in this tragedy at the moment. Really a tragedy with far-reaching impacts worldwide. A team from the Israeli Defense Forces, as you know, is on the ground helping out with the search and rescue operations. And of course, the latest and biggest news of this story was just yesterday that a demolition crew took down the remaining portion of the building that was still standing. Just want to preview for our viewers, we'll have a live report from our reporter on the ground in Surfside in about 20 minutes time with the latest. And we'll be recapping this press conference as well. Let's listen back in.
Thank you, Mr. Laraborn. We will be back at Surfside tomorrow morning to hold our joint operational briefing. As soon as we have a confirmation on the time, we will provide that to you. We also have the director of the Miami-Dade Police Department here, along with our Deputy Incident Commander, Charles Cyril, to answer questions. Any questions? Ma'am.
In regards to the building demolition from yesterday?
Yeah, and how you proceed today, and are you finding a way?
No, that's not our primary. We've searched that area several times. So our primary focus is the debris field that we've been focusing on all along. The concern was those search grids, B1, B2 is how we code it. They were supporting the actual building. And so that was one huge concern in regards to our personnel. And at any time, and obviously we had, constant monitor and making sure that building didn't shift. We had that work stoppage at that one time because we did have a shift in a column, and so that was a huge concern for our first responders, our task force members. So no, now that we have access to that area, we continue our search methods, still the same process with delayering and using all the tools, all the assets that we have on site, and definitely now you see, since we're spread out across the entire area, searching all grids, you see the positive work production.
So you don't feel like you've tapped into a line where the bedrooms would be where a lot of people might have been at 1:30 in the morning?
We've definitely gridded in our rescue grids. Yes, absolutely. We kind of modeled and put everything together. So we definitely have areas of where we would suspect to search. As we mentioned all along, the issue is just the magnitude of this type of collapse. It's not the same format or same design you'd be looking at. So we definitely feel we have the regions. We've always felt that, and we've definitely all working with all the task force teams together and searching those areas.
What are the main concerns as the storm approaches to the Surfside? Are there concerns about the operation?
Yes, absolutely. The weather's a primary concern all along, the inclement weather. Obviously with the storm would be the lightning storms is a concern for us where we stop, and definitely the wind gusts. With all the debris and all the components, obviously, that could be scooped up, and our concern is protecting our personnel, and we don't, want anyone to be struck by any flying debris.
Spanish over here.
Para la alcaldesa, un poco referente a la respuesta que está dando el jefe de los bomberos, el momento en que se pueda parar esta operación. Sabemos que pueden intensificarse el mal tiempo en las próximas horas, un poco cuándo pudieran parar si es necesario las operaciones por el mal tiempo.
Ellos están trabajando con la rapidez. Están trabajando fuerte, y las personas que necesitamos están allí, y perdieron el tiempo con los relámpagos, y si viene el viento van a tener que hacer también pausa, pero fuera de eso están siguiendo con todo el equipaje y los equipos. Yes, it's not, being told it's not safe right now, but we're continuing to pursue that because we think, if we can get you there, we would like to get you there.
But if I could follow up, we are seeing photos from legislative aides that are back there taking photos. That's the access we would like as well.
We're going to continue to provide you footage, and we'll continue to see, can we get you in there?
Thank you, folks. Have a nice evening. Be safe.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and they just wrapped up this press conference here in Miami. Let's just recap for a moment what exactly was said. What do we learn now, 12 days after this condo collapse in South Florida? We are now learning that there have been one more body recovered in the rubble, bringing the confirmed death toll to 28 at this hour. Of those, 26 of the bodies and the remains have been identified. You heard there from Danielle Levine Cava, the Miami-Dade County mayor, that upwards of 4.8 million pounds of concrete have been removed from the site since the search and rescue operation began. She said all parts of the grid and the complex site itself have been searched. Now, this all comes after yesterday's demolition of the remaining portion of the apartment condo complex that was still standing. We have been showing you video of that throughout the day here. And so we're going to get a live report from the scene in about 15 minutes time from our own Robert Sherman. He's there live on the ground. We'll have updates and another recap from this press conference at that time. In the meantime, I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you're having a great day after the 4th of July. This is the observant of the days for the federal holiday, but hope you're enjoying your long weekend. We have a lot more left to get to on this Monday. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you after that. All right, welcome back here to News Now from Fox. You're just taking a live look at beachgoers there, I believe, on the Jersey Shore at this moment, on this Monday. Many Americans still celebrating their holiday, being observed today on Monday. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being back with us here on News Now from Fox. The beach looks pretty nice right about now. I know I had a good weekend. Hope you guys had a good weekend out there as well, celebrating America's founding, turning 245 years old yesterday. In the meantime, we are tracking Tropical Storm Elsa here on NewsNOW from Fox. We'll be updating you with the developments on that storm throughout the week. Let's throw up the satellite imagery at the moment. You can see the storm system is right off the coast of Cuba. Remember when I last spoke to, I believe on Friday, it was really slamming Barbados. So right now, the trajectory is slated to go up the Gulf Coast of Florida. And so right now, Fox 13 Tampa kind of did a great look into how hurricanes are forecasted anyway. Remember, we're in the thick of Atlantic hurricane season. It just started June 1st. Anyway, here is that conversation from our friends at Fox 13 Tampa.
Administration is developing new technology to improve hurricane forecasting. Our Craig Patrick is joining us now with a closer look at the plans in the works. Hey, Craig.
Hi there, Kelly. Well, President Biden, of course, was struck by the record-breaking hurricane season we had last year, as well as the broader impacts of climate change. So just a few days ago, the president announced that the administration is doubling spending at FEMA on storm preps, while at the same time, NASA is developing new technology to help us better forecast the intensity of storms.
We're going to spare no expense, no effort to keep Americans safe and respond to crises when they arise, and they certainly will.
Well, that brings us to NASA's increased focus on tracking hurricanes to improve forecasting paths and intensity. That is, where they'll go, and the particularly challenging work of figuring out how strong they will get. To improve forecasting intensity, NASA is currently studying lightning patterns within storms. This one's from Hurricane Dorian in 2019. Their goal is to track flash rates, areas, and total optical energy of prior storms to what happened next, and then develop computer models that analyze lightning patterns of current storms to determine what will happen next. That is, whether and to what extent a storm will strengthen or weaken. That's just one example of NASA's work. Last month, Administrator Bill Nelson revealed plans to launch 5 integrated satellites and radar systems in partnership with the Indian Space Research Organization. They'll track and measure changes above, below, and on Earth's surface. The mission is to help us prepare for the impacts of rising sea levels and more accurately predict hurricanes and other natural hazards. In a news release, NASA states it will improve our access to data relating to cloud, convection, and precipitation, tackling the largest source of uncertainty and prediction of severe weather.
We need these investments because storms are getting stronger and more destructive. And if we want to mitigate climate change, we've got to measure it. And that's what NASA does.
So this new Earth System Observatory is in development as we speak, just getting started though, and the first satellite as part of this network, Kelly, will launch, or at least is scheduled to launch in 2023.
All right, Craig. So how much is the administration spending on these new projects? Do we know that? And what do they expect the payoff to eventually be?
Well, the doubling of funding at FEMA is $1 billion total in spending. That's in storm preps, improving resiliency, protecting against the onslaught of flooding. In addition to that, the Earth System Observatory, NASA's developing is another $2.5 billion investment. In terms of the payoff, the administration notes that if you combine all the weather-related disasters from hurricanes, wildfires, and all places in between, you're looking at $100 billion in damages nationwide. So they said these are comparatively very modest investments in their thinking to try to hold off or reduce the potential of that kind of damage in the future.
All right, Craig Patrick. Thank you so much, Craig. The Biden administration is developing.
All right, and thanks to our team there at Fox 13 in Tampa, talking about what the Biden administration is doing to hurricane forecasting, trying to update current models, current technology to be more precise with the hurricane season forecasting models. So in the meantime, we will be tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. We'll be continuing to follow developments out of that storm system going into the week, as well as bringing you new video from some of the areas already affected. And it's right now moving around Cuba at the moment. So I just want to give you some beautiful live pictures that we have from around the country at the moment. This is in Ocean City, New Jersey, on the Jersey Shore. You can see a lot of beachgoers out now. It's about 7 p.m. on the East Coast, just after 4 p.m. here on the West Coast. Beautiful live look at the moment as well at the White House with the Washington Monument not too far behind it. In the meantime, we want to go overseas at the moment. We're, as you know, here on News Now from Fox, tracking a lot of international stories, too, that were happening over the weekend. I just want to put this shot up for you at the moment, too, because we have been following all the latest developments. This is the exterior shot of the hospital in Rome, where Pope Francis had a intestinal surgery over the weekend. It was scheduled. I just want to give you some updates on it. He had surgery to remove part of his left colon, and what the Vatican described as a planned procedure. So this is not a live look, but a look outside the hospital where Pope Francis is still resting comfortably at the moment. Doctors say the bowel problems that the 84-year-old pontiff were experiencing are very common in older people. And Pope Francis apparently had the left part of his bowel removed in a 3-hour operation at this Rome hospital over the weekend. And so it remains to be seen if, I'm not entirely sure if the Pope has been released from the hospital, but thankfully it was somewhat of a routine procedure. According to the Pope's doctor, it will take weeks for someone, especially of his age, 84, to recover from losing half their colon. And so we'll be monitoring all the latest developments on that at the moment. Let's keep it for a moment in Europe. We want to head out to the United Kingdom right now. Prime Minister Boris Johnson held a press conference earlier in the day announcing that he will be lifting those restrictions that are still in place there across the pond about social distancing and about mask wearing. So let's hear from him for a moment, and then we'll have a live look and a live report from Surfside, Florida, the scene of the condo collapse where now 28 have been confirmed dead. But first, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
And Chris and Patrick will show the data highlighting the greatly reduced mortality that the vaccines have achieved. So as we come to the fourth step, we have to balance the risks. The risks of the disease, which the vaccines have reduced but very far from eliminated, and the risks of continuing with legally enforced restrictions that inevitably take their toll on people's lives and livelihoods, on people's health and mental health. And we must be honest with ourselves that if we can't reopen our society in the next few weeks, when we will be helped by the arrival of summer and by the school holidays, then we must ask ourselves, when will we be able to return to normal? And to those who say we should delay again, the alternative to that is to open up in winter, when the virus will have an advantage, or not at all this year. And so, again, without preempting the decision on the 12th of July, let me set out today our 5-point plan for living with COVID, in the hope that it will give families and businesses time to prepare. First, we will reinforce our vaccine wall, reducing the dose interval for under 40s from 12 weeks to 8, so that everyone over 18 should be double jabbed by the middle of September, in addition to our autumn programme of booster vaccines for the most vulnerable. Second, we will change the basic tools that we have used to control human behaviour. We'll move away from legal restrictions and allow people to make their own informed decisions about how to manage the virus. From step 4, we will remove all legal limits on the numbers meeting indoors and outdoors. We will allow all businesses to reopen, including nightclubs. We will lift the limit on named visitors to care homes and on numbers of people attending concerts, theatre and sports events. We will end the 1 metre plus rule on social distancing and the legal obligation to wear a face covering, although guidance will suggest where you might choose to do so, especially when cases are rising and where you come into contact with people you don't normally meet in enclosed spaces, such as obviously crowded public transport. It will no longer be necessary for government to instruct people to work from home, so employers will be able to start planning a safe return to the workplace. There will be no COVID certificate required as a condition of entry to any venue or event, although businesses and events can certainly make use of certification, and the NHS app gives you a COVID pass as one way to show your COVID status. Third, we will continue from step 4 to manage the virus with a test, trace and isolate system that is proportionate to the pandemic. You will have to self-isolate if you test positive or are told to do so by NHS Test and Trace. But we're looking to move to a different regime for fully vaccinated contacts of those testing positive, and also for children. And tomorrow, the Education Secretary will announce our plans to maintain key protections, but remove bubbles and contact isolation for pupils. Fourth, from step 4, we will maintain our tough border controls, including the red list, and recognizing the protection afforded by 2 doses of vaccine, we will work with the travel industry towards removing the need for fully vaccinated arrivals to isolate on return from an amber country, and the Transport Secretary will provide a further update later this week. Last, we will continue to monitor the data and retain contingency measures to help manage the virus during higher risk periods such as the winter. But we will place an emphasis on strengthened guidance and do everything possible to avoid reimposing restrictions with all the costs that they bring. As we set out this new approach, I'm mindful that...
All right, so let's move away right now. We're going to come back to this later, but we've been watching UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson announce some of the easing of those restrictions that they still have in place there across the pond about social distancing guidelines and about the wearing of masks. Remember, they issued, I believe it was a 3 to 4 week lockdown due to concerns over the Delta variant. And so right now, it looks like the timetable for those easing of restrictions will be July 19th, according to the Prime Minister there and his health deputies. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on Monday, July 5th here. Hope you're having a great 4th of July weekend. We're going to head back right now out to Surfside, Florida. I'm being joined by Fox's Robert Sherman. Robert, we're now 12 days after this condo collapse. We just heard from the mayor of Miami-Dade. One more body recovered this afternoon, bringing the death toll to 28. Robert, though, what is the latest on the ground?
And adding to that, Andrew, now the unaccounted number stands at 117. So there's still a long way to go here in Surfside. Big development overnight, though, as the rest of that condo building was brought down by professional demo crews. So they've now resumed the search here on the ground in Surfside. It's back underway, as you can see behind me. And they're anticipating that it will press forward unimpeded. In mere seconds, Champlain Towers South imploded and crumbled to the ground. The 13-story structure, which had stood along the Surfside shore since 1981, is no more. Minutes later, crews returned to the site to continue the search and rescue operation. The remnants of the structure posed a threat to their safety, but now officials are hopeful they can work more quickly and effectively.
The pile that was closest to the remaining structure was effectively inaccessible by our search and rescue people.
For over 12 days, the search is carried on. More than 24 people are confirmed dead, with over 100 still unaccounted for. The mayor of Miami-Dade County emphasizing this is still not a recovery mission.
We worked very hard to bring this building down so we could get access to this pile, where it is hoped that there are voids that will allow us to continue the search and rescue operation.
While 4th of July fireworks cracked in the Miami sky Sunday night, the scene on the ground in Miami Beach, much more somber. Residents held candles and shined lights in solidarity for their fellow South Floridians lost and those still not found. Meanwhile, Tropical Storm Elsa made landfall in Cuba Monday afternoon. Officials expedited the demolition in preparation for the storm, fearing it may halt the operation again. With Elsa tracking west towards the Gulf and away from Miami-Dade County, they're optimistic.
The movement west, at least for this Surfside site, means that the impacts here should be incredibly minimal.
Tell us that they intend to take this one day at a time. They do not anticipate the operation changing much, if at all, in the coming days, even if this does turn into a recovery mission. Andrew?
Robert, can you just kind of clarify? Your story did a really great job of explaining why the demolition took place in the first place and why it was so not rushed, but quickly put together. And so you were saying that there essentially was a part of the rubble pile that they could not access, and that is why they had to demolish the remaining part of the building. Is that right?
Good question, Andrew. A couple of points off of that. So there was also the aspect here that the rubble itself, the actual building, shall I say, that was still standing, posed a threat to the first responders that were here on the ground. The main concern was that the thing might come down on its own, unplanned, thus putting all these first responders at risk. And of course, with the death toll already at 28 and 117 people unaccounted for, they don't want to be adding to that with any unforced errors. On the other hand, there was also this aspect here as well of storms coming in and, also the possibility of Mother Nature playing a role here as well. So those were a lot of the main concerns that they were dealing with here on the ground, which is why they wanted to get this done quickly. They spoke at times about this might be something that would happen a couple of weeks down the road, but with the possibility of Elsa coming through Miami-Dade County, and granted, it looks as though it shifted more to the west, even so that possibility remained a few days ago. That's why they made the decision that they made.
And Robert, yeah, we'll be covering and tracking all of Storm Elsa's movements throughout the week here. But, what was the message to, tenants, renters who, their apartments, their condos were still standing? What was the message to them before the demolition?
Well, we did hear about that a lot at length yesterday. I mean, there were still people's whole livelihoods that were inside of those condo units, and they had to pick up quickly when that portion of the building collapsed and then get out of there. And then they weren't able to go back in because it was such a safety risk. So you think about the things that were still inside that building. I mean, you had valuables like laptops, people's businesses, and business information, TVs, other kinds of valuables such as that. One thing that officials have been, quite frankly, inundated with has been concerns about people's pets still inside of the building. The mayor said that his mailbox was just loaded with people encouraging them not to demolish the building because they feared that their cat, their dog, or some other pet that they might have was still inside of the building trapped. The mayor of Miami-Dade County emphasized that she's a pet lover herself and that she did not want to put harm to any of these animals or make them part of the collateral damage. So they said that they did 3 sweeping searches through that condo building looking for any type of pets that they could see, not just human searches, but they also employed technology. They used drones, they used thermal imaging technology in order to look for pets as well. They said to us emphatically last night that there were not any animals still inside of the building. So that is a big concern that a lot of people have had here on the ground. Officials say that there are no more animals inside of the building at the time of the demolition. So they don't know what happened to them. They're hoping that many of them got out, but that's where we stood as of last night.
Well, at least some good news there, I guess. We heard from the mayor of Miami-Dade County. The entire grid has now been searched. They had to remove almost 5 million pounds of concrete. Robert, give us a sense, though. You're on the ground there. You've been there for the last several days. She said that, lightning, rain has still been hampering these rescue efforts, and they've had to pause, essentially, when they see lightning. What is it like on the ground? How's the weather?
Yeah, we are starting to see some drizzles. We did hear a little bit of thunder earlier. It's just been enough, Andrew, that level of rain that you get where it creates a bit of a nuisance to you. It's just that amount enough, which has really, made life difficult for a lot of the people here on the ground right now. Of course, we continue to talk about Tropical Storm Elsa and how it's going to continue to track north and potentially into the Gulf is kind of where the latest models are showing. We've not seen any wind levels like that, nothing like what Cuba has been dealing with this afternoon. But there has been, some on and off rain showers here, and that's just enough when you're talking about a search and rescue operation of this magnitude where safety is of the utmost concern.
And Robert, you did it so wonderfully there in your story, juxtaposing the 4th of July celebrations still with the huge amount of loss and grief on the ground there in Surfside. We'll definitely be talking to you again.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
All right, and Robert Sherman there on the ground for us in Surfside, Florida. Let's just put up again, because we do have the satellite imagery of Tropical Storm Elsa that we are tracking. We've been mentioning it a lot today. We are now, as you know, in the swing of the Atlantic hurricane season, now just a month after it began. Also, just wanted to take the opportunity to show you once again the demolition itself of the remaining tower of the condo collapse that was done just yesterday. This video coming into us from the Miami-Dade County Fire Department. Let's watch it one more time. All right, we're going to leave you with that here. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll go out to the UK Prime Minister there in London, giving an update for Brightons on what to expect going forward with some of these easing of those COVID-19 restrictions. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And we're still looking at this live picture of beachgoers there in Ocean City, New Jersey. It's almost 7:30 there on the East Coast, almost 4:30 here on the West Coast. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. Like I said before the break, we want to go back out to 10 Downing Street, where UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson earlier today gave an update on the country's COVID-19 restrictions. He's announcing that he's easing some of them, including the social distancing guidelines and mask wearing as well. Remember, they were put back in place after concerns over this Delta variant. So let's go back out to the UK right now.
But if you double up and then double up and then double up and double again, at a certain point you get, and in fact in a surprisingly small number of doublings, you get to really quite high numbers. So the question is, at what stage along this path are the doublings times getting to the point when the numbers are very high before we actually lead to a reduction, because the peak of the epidemic happens. And what the modelling would imply is that we will reach that peak before we get to the point where we have the kind of pressures we saw in January, for example, of this year. But inevitably, with all models, you have to say there is some degree of uncertainty. And so, we are dealing with uncertainty, and the Prime Minister and ministers are having to make difficult decisions with uncertainty as part of the decision process. In terms of wearing a mask, I would wear a mask under 3 situations, and I would do so particularly at this point when the epidemic is clearly significant and rising. And the first is in any situation which was indoors and crowded, or indoors with close proximity to other people. And that is because masks help protect other people. This is a thing we do to protect other people, as it's by far its principal aim. The second situation I do it is if I was required to, by any competent authority, I would have no hesitation about doing that, and I would consider that was a reasonable and sensible thing if they had good reasons to do that. And the third reason is if someone else was uncomfortable if I did not wear a mask, as a point of common courtesy, of course I would wear a mask. So under all those circumstances, I would do so.
I've not got much to add. Exactly the same in terms of mask wearing, and just a reminder, masks are most effective at preventing somebody else catching the disease from you. They have some effect to prevent you catching it as well. And the situation you're most likely to catch COVID in is indoors, crowded spaces. So that's the obvious place where mask wearing becomes an advantage.
Great, thank you. Romilly Weeks, ITV.
If I could ask Professor Whitty, first of all, we're only 3/4 of the way through the vaccination programme. Cases are at the highest level since February. Why not finish vaccinating all adults before this significant unlocking? And to the Prime Minister as well, many scientists and doctors' organisations are suggesting that measures like mask wearing must be kept in place in order to alleviate pressure on the NHS. Why are you ignoring their concerns?
On the first one, firstly, to make the obvious point that decisions are made by ministers, not by scientific advisors or medical advisors. But within the scientific views on this, there was a really clear consensus that under all circumstances, some degree of further social distancing will be need to be maintained even after the restrictions are lifted in law, and that's been part of the roadmap all the way through, and that is widely supported by the scientific views. There was a pretty high degree of scientific agreement that the delay of 4 weeks that ministers chose to take was an extremely sensible thing to do, and I think the fact that things are played out as they have, I think, reinforces that. But the view is more mixed about exactly what the right timing is from a technical point of view, even before you get into issues that the Prime Minister has to deal with more widely. And these really come from the fact that at a certain point you move to the situation where instead of actually averting hospitalisations and deaths, you move over to just delaying them. So you're not actually changing the number of people who will go to hospital or die. You may change when they happen. And there is quite a strong view that by many people, including myself actually, that going in the summer has some advantages, all other things being equal, to opening up into the autumn when schools are going back and when we're heading into the winter period when the NHS tends to be under greatest pressure for many other reasons. So it's a very much more difficult technical decision now, even before ministers have to grapple with all the other things, than it was in terms of the 4-week delay, where I think there was a very substantial degree of scientific agreement.
And Romilly, just on your point about masks, I return to what we're trying to do with step 4 of the roadmap, which is get away from government legal diktat to relying on personal responsibility. And I do think that I will obviously wear a mask in crowded places where you're meeting people that you don't know, as Chris was saying, to protect others and as a matter of simple courtesy, but there's a difference between that, and I think everybody can understand that, and circumstances where you're finding yourself sitting alone for hours late at night on a train with no one else in the compartment. There I think people should be entitled to exercise some discretion. Beth Rigby, Sky News.
Thank you. Prime Minister, you promised a cautious but irreversible route out of lockdown.
And now you're about to get rid of all restrictions, a big bang approach, even as, to quote Chris Whitty there, we're in the face of an increasing epidemic, so the need to act accordingly to limit transmission, and yet you're doing away with all those safeguards. I put it to you that many people see that not as cautious, but as reckless. And I also put it to you that you just don't seem to be committing to irreversibility either. You just said that you will do everything possible to avoid reimposing restrictions in the winter. So is this cautious or irreversible? And to Professor Whitty, you said at the beginning of the year it might be necessary to reintroduce some restrictions over the winter. What is your view of that now, given the Delta variant and the vaccine? You said that back in January and so much has changed. And does the Big Bang unlocking this summer now make more restrictions in the winter more or less likely in your view?
Well, Beth, I think that with great respect, obviously, to you, we can't say that I'm being both incautious and also abandoning irreversibility. What we want to do is strike the right balance, and we are trying to move from a system of very elaborate government rules to one in which we rely on people to exercise personal responsibility to follow guidance, mindful that, as I say, this pandemic is far from over. What we have achieved with the vaccine rollout has put us in a very strong position by comparison with many other countries in terms of the wall of protection that we have. But we must remain cautious, and I think that's why I'm asking people to think in that way. This is. I don't want people to feel that this is, as it were, the moment to get demob happy. This is the end of COVID. It is very far from the end of dealing with this virus, and I hope that that's been clear from everything that you've heard from this press conference today. And on the irreversibility point, obviously, if we do find another variant that doesn't respond to the vaccines, if heaven forbid some really awful new bug should appear, then clearly we will have to take whatever steps we need to do to protect the public. But on balance, given the massive success of the vaccine rollout, given the fact that this is a propitious moment, a good moment to do it, given the coming summer holidays, the natural fire break we have there, and given the difficulty of then imagining us opening up in the context of the colder autumn winter months, I think this is a balanced and a cautious approach.
In terms of, you asked two questions. I mean, on the first one about the winter, I thought at the time I made a deeply uncontroversial statement, which is respiratory infections are more likely to surge in the winter. That seems to be true for the great majority for a lot of obvious and some less obvious reasons. So the winter is inevitably going to be tricky, and this winter the NHS is likely to have both COVID and some resurgence of other respiratory viruses that were suppressed by the degree of lockdown last time round. So I think we should be realistic. Then this coming winter may be very difficult for the NHS, and I don't think that's a particularly controversial statement. In terms of things now which would make that more or less likely, I think the thing which is against us, unfortunately, is not so much decisions by government, but the Delta variant is more transmissible, and that does make life more tricky. Anything that was difficult before gets that much more difficult with a more transmissible virus.
Thanks, Beth, very much. Jane Merrick, the Eye.
Quickly.
Jane, are you there?
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Prime Minister. First of all, there was a study last week from UCL that was published showing the incredible mental health and education attainment damage to children. So can you guarantee that even if you have to reimpose any restrictions next winter, there will not be school closures en masse? And to Professor Whitty or Sir Patrick, do secondary school age children need to be part of the vaccination programme in order to achieve population immunity?
Thanks very much, Jane. On your really good point about the damage to children's education, we are doing everything we can to minimise that. We've got a massive catch-up plan, as you know. But I think what a lot of people want to see, a lot of parents, a lot of teachers, a lot of pupils want to see is a different approach to outbreaks in schools, and we will be making sure that the Secretary of State for Education will be announcing later this week how we're going to move away from the sending bubbles home, move away from contact isolation for pupils, so as to greatly to reduce the impact on schools of COVID outbreaks in those schools, and obviously the way forward is by testing rather than sending the bubbles home. But Patrick,
yeah, on the vaccine, clearly the higher proportion of the population vaccinated, the greater the protection against spread, and that's just true across all parts of the population. But the question in children is the one that Chris addressed earlier on, which is the relative risks to the individual from vaccination versus the relative benefits in terms of avoiding problems associated with COVID. And that is the balance which JCVI need to strike in terms of getting data on those comparative risks for children. The higher the degree of immunity across the population, the greater the barrier to spread. But that's a different question from which children should be vaccinated and when, which we need to wait for the JCVI to give us views on.
Thanks, James. Mesa Hall, The Express.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Professor Whitty, if I could ask you first, you talked about the possibility of resurgence of other respiratory diseases this winter. Can you see any prospect of COVID-style restrictions, such as school closures or maybe compulsory masks, being used to protect the NHS from being overwhelmed by flu cases? And Prime Minister, you talked about employers starting to organise a safe return to work for employees who've been working from home. Some businesses would like to hear a very strong message that people need to get back to city centres to get the economy going again. Is your message to people to now get back to the office, or once we go ahead with ending the roadmap? And is the end of your roadmap, are you optimistic that that is the point that the economy will start roaring back into life?
I don't think society has ever suggested that we should, in the face of seasonal flu, be taking the kind of really strong measures that were necessary for a pandemic of the scale of COVID. Now, obviously, if there was a flu pandemic, if we think back to the 1918-19 flu pandemic, that was something that was on a really colossal scale. That's a different situation. But for the seasonal flu that we deal with every year, I would be very surprised if society was wanting that to happen. But what we have demonstrated is that by simple measures, which we really must stick to for COVID, washing hands, covering mouth when coughing, all those things like that, we really must be doing those, and and anything we do which helps to reduce the risk of COVID to ourselves, our families and those around us will also reduce the risk of other respiratory infections, including flu.
Yeah, Mesa, so just on your couple of points, the key thing is the government is no longer telling people that it's necessary that they should work from home, and the rest is really for employers to work out for themselves. But that change has been made possible by the success of the vaccine rollout. The overwhelming proportion of the workforce that has now had 2 jabs, and don't forget that by the 19th, I think everybody over 40 will have had 2 jabs. Everybody over 18 will have had 1 jab. So we're talking about a huge wall of immunity. And on the recovery, I think it will be a strong recovery, and you're already starting to see it, and that has been made possible by the certainties of the roadmap and the vaccines. Last question from Tim Ross of Bloomberg.
Prime Minister, before we get to July the 19th, there are some football matches coming up, and I just wondered what your message was really to football fans who are planning to celebrate and businesses who are planning to accommodate them. Are you concerned that in any way this could trigger some kind of super spreader event? We saw what happened with Cheltenham last year. And to Chris Whitty and Patrick Vallance, we know that you model these things because you have released SAGE documents showing as much. This is quite a big moment for the country, and transparency is pretty important. So can you level with us all now and say exactly how many excess deaths, extra deaths, these relaxations are likely to cause, according to your best modelling estimates?
Tim, I think my advice to everybody would be to obviously to support England, but enthusiastically, but in a responsible way. And the events at Wembley clearly have particular conditions attached to them, particular testing requirements, which we will insist on.
Just a quick point on that. I mean, again, the risk of spreading is greatest indoors environments, and therefore it's very often not the big outdoor environment itself, it's the indoor environments with crowded spaces around that become the risk for spreading, and that's where most super spreading events have occurred, in those sorts of environments. In terms of the modelling, everything is made public. The models that have been done at the start of the roadmap and subsequently are there for people to see. They are just models, and therefore you have to take with some caution the absolute amounts. There's very wide uncertainty around it. What I will say is the modelling has been really quite accurate in terms of timing of the onset of this wave, and we're due more modelling next week in the run-up to the decision on the 12th, and that will be made public in the usual way.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so we're just going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. But there you saw from 10 Downing Street in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson and his health deputies announcing some easing of COVID-19 restrictions there for Brightons. You'll remember that they were quite concerned with the Delta variant, with a rising number of cases recently. And so now July 19th is that date where some of those restrictions will yet again be loosened. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Monday. Hope you're having a great holiday, a 4th of July weekend. I know I did, and hope you're enjoying some of the other stories that we've been bringing you here. We have a great live look at the moment. This is in Ocean City, New Jersey. Still some beachgoers there at this hour. It's almost 8 p.m. on the East Coast. And then yet again, we are still following all the developments out of Surfside, Florida. We have this live picture. We just got it. We've been showing it to you for about the last 15 minutes, but the search and rescue operations still underway 12 days later after that condo collapse. They've been working around the clock. Teams of people trying to recover those lost. Still scores unaccounted for 12 days later. And as you know, the remaining condo tower was demolished late yesterday in order to make their jobs a little easier and prevent what could have been another problem with structural integrity in that building. And as Tropical Storm Elsa approaches the Gulf Coast of Florida, we'll have all the updates as well down there from the Sunshine State as we are in the midst of Atlantic hurricane season. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and like you just saw there, that was the satellite imagery right now of the movements of Tropical Storm Elsa. We'll be following that throughout the week here as it moves up along the Gulf Coast of Florida. Right now, it's lashing the island of Cuba at the moment, and we'll have hopefully a new video to show you of all the floodwaters, wind, rain as well from those affected areas. But right now, we do want to take a moment. We had a great program last night. We were showing you fireworks shows and displays from all around the country. What we want to do now is take the opportunity to replay for you President Biden's remarks right outside the White House commemorating our nation's 245th birthday yesterday. So here's President Biden from yesterday.
Today we celebrate America. Our freedom, our liberty, our independence. The 4th of July is a sacred day in our country, a day of history, of hope, remembrance and resolve, of promise and possibilities. Before me stands monuments to the greatest and the goodness of our nation, monuments of light and liberty. There's a towering memorial to George Washington, the general who led our revolution, and the president who set our nation on its course. There's a memorial to Thomas Jefferson, whose words about liberty and equality literally changed the world. And across the tidal basin, from the Jefferson Memorial, there stands Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., his arms crossed, his eyes fixed ahead toward the promised land where equality is not only an aspiration, but a reality. They help define who we are, guide what we do, remind us of the work that history has given us in our own time. This year, the 4th of July is a day of special celebration, for we are emerging from the darkness of years, a year of pandemic and isolation, a year of pain, fear, and heartbreaking loss. Just think back to where this nation was a year ago. Think back to where you were a year ago, and think about how far we've come. From silent streets to crowded parade routes lined with people waving American flags. From empty stadiums and arenas to fans back in their seats cheering together again. From families pressing hands against a window to grandparents hugging their grandchildren once again. We're back traveling again. We're back seeing one another again. Businesses are opening and hiring again. We're seeing record job creation and record economic growth. The best in 4 decades, and I might add, the best in the world. Today, all across this nation, we can say with confidence, America is coming back together. 245 years ago, we declared our independence from a distant king. Today, we are closer than ever to declaring our independence from a deadly virus. That's not to say the battle against COVID-19 is over. We've got a lot more work to do. But just as our declaration in 1776 was a call to action, not a reason for complacency or a claim of victory. It was a call to action. The same is true today. Back then, we had the power of an idea on our side. Today, we have the power of science. Thanks to our heroic vaccine effort, we've gained the upper hand against this virus. We can live our lives. Our kids can go back to school. Our economy is roaring back. Don't get me wrong. COVID-19 has not been vanquished. We all know powerful variants have emerged, like the Delta variant. But the best defense against these variants is to get vaccinated. My fellow Americans, it's the most patriotic thing you can do. So please, if you haven't gotten vaccinated, do it. Do it now. For yourself, for your loved ones, for your community, and for your country. You know, that's how we're going to stay ahead of these variants and protect the hard-won progress we've made. We never again want to be where we were a year ago today. So today, while the virus hasn't been vanquished, we know this: it no longer controls our lives. It no longer paralyzes our nation. And it's within our power to make sure it never does again. And for that, we can thank the scientists and researchers, the educators, and all the other frontline and essential workers, like many of you here today, who became the light to see us through the darkness. I hope you know that you, the American people, have been part of one of the most remarkable achievements in American history. But in this moment of joy, we know that this day falls hard on all those who've lost a loved one. As I've told you before, each day I carry a card in my pocket with my schedule on it. And the back of that schedule, on that card, I have the number of Americans who've lost their lives to COVID, the precise number. As of tonight, that number is 603,018 people have lost their lives. There are husbands and wives, mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, grandparents, friends, neighbors, co-workers. And we also remember all those who lost this year, that we lost and families lost to other causes of death and cruel twists of fate. They too left behind loved ones, unable to grieve or mourn or find closure. Each of them meant the world to someone they left behind. And those of you who've been through all this know that to heal, you have to remember. We have to remember them. And we will. We'll commit to always remember them. That's what we'll do. I've long said that America is unique. Unlike every other nation on earth, we were founded based on an idea. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all people are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And while we've never fully lived up to those words, we have never given up on them. They continue to animate us, and they remind us what at our best we as Americans believe. We Americans, we believe in honesty and decency, in treating everyone with dignity and respect, giving everyone a fair shot, demonizing no one, giving hate no safe harbor, and leaving no one behind. We lead by the power of our example, not the example of our power. And we're part of something so much bigger than ourselves. We stand as a beacon to the world. It's a code. It's a code, uniquely American code. It's who we are. To all the service members and your families who are here tonight, today, all of you serving around the world, it's the greatest honor to serve as your Commander-in-Chief. Jill and I and our entire family thank you for your service and sacrifice. Like so many military families, thinking of their loved ones who served, we think of our son Bo today. You're all part of a long chain of patriots who pledged their lives and their sacred honor in defense of this nation and democracy around the world, for freedom and fair play, for peace and security and opportunity, for the cause of justice, for the soul of America itself. But the defense of all that we love doesn't fall on your shoulders alone. It falls on all of us, every one of us, every American. Each day we're reminded there's nothing guaranteed about our democracy, nothing guaranteed about our way of life. We have to fight for it, defend it, earn it. Folks, it's up to all of us to protect the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the right to equal justice under the law, the right to vote and have that vote counted, the right to breathe clean air, drink clean water, and know that our children and grandchildren will be safe on this planet for generations to come. The right to rise in the world as far as your God-given talent can take you, unlimited by barriers of privilege or power. One of the great gifts of the spirit of independence, and think about this, one of the great gifts is our capacity to see ourselves whole and see ourselves honestly. What we've gotten right, what we've gotten wrong. It's a measure of the greatness of America, and we are a great nation. We don't seek to bury the wrongs. We face it. We work to make it right. You know, history tells us that when we stand together, when we unite in common cause, when we see ourselves not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans, then there's simply no limit to what we can achieve. None. And today, we see the results of the unity of purpose. The unity of purpose in forging in our nation, we're forging in our nation. For together, we're beating the virus. Together, we're breathing life into our economy. Together, we will rescue our people from division and despair. But together, we must do it. Over the past year, we've lived through some of our darkest days. Now, I truly believe, I give my word as a Biden, I truly believe we're about to see our brightest future. Folks, this is a special nation, a great nation. And there is a timeless truth about America, the most powerful idea in the history of the world, in the hearts of the people of this country. It beats in all our hearts. No matter your race or ethnicity, no matter your gender identity or sexual orientation, no matter your disability, no matter your faith, it beats in the hearts of rich and poor alike. It unites America. Whether your ancestors were native to this land or brought here forcibly and enslaved, whether you were immigrants from generations back like my family that came from Ireland, or you're coming here today looking to build a better life for your family like our fellow Americans I just swore in the White House 2 days ago. The American creed, we use that phrase, the American creed, is we're all equal, created equal. It was written a long time ago. But the genius is that every generation of Americans has expanded it wider and wider to include those who were excluded before. That's why it's never gathered dust in our history books. It's still alive today. Alive in our hearts, alive in the work of our hands, alive not only in the history we read, but in the history we're making. My fellow Americans, now we are the guardians of that very idea of America. It's up to us to save it, to preserve it, to build on it. And I know we will. On this sacred day, I look out to those monuments on our National Mall and beyond them, into the hearts of our people across the land. And I know this, it's never, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never. We just have to remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there's nothing we can't do if we do it together. Folks, happy 4th of July, America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, well, there you heard President Biden yesterday making remarks on 4th of July, and the nation celebrating 245 years since the founders signed the Declaration of Independence. And heard a very energetic, fiery Biden there extolling the virtues of America. So we just wanted to play that for you again. We'll probably play it a little later again tonight in case some of you might have missed it. Anyway, let's take a 2-minute quick commercial break. Then my colleague Daytona Everett will be hopping up in the chair with some more stories on this Monday. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. A little after 5 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We have a lot more that we want to be getting to. Some stories from across the country. I have a really cool story coming out of Dallas in just a little bit here. But let's go out live to some of these pictures that we have. The search and rescue efforts are still underway in Surfside, Florida tonight. You're seeing the crews still out there trying to discover anyone who could possibly still be alive more than a week after that condo collapse. We do have video from the demolition that happened this past weekend. Let's play just a little bit of that out for you. And remember, this is all in an effort to hopefully make search and rescue easier for those teams out there, as they are now able to get to some of the locations they have not been able to get to thus far, including bedrooms. They think that there was possibly some people who were inside of their bedrooms during the time of the collapse in those early morning hours there. So that video taken on Sunday. And back out now to Monday evening as we head into the evening hours. Sunshine peeking through the trees out there. Luckily haven't been hit with too severe of weather yet today. But as we've said, we are monitoring that tropical storm Elsa throughout the night tonight. We'll probably be tuning in to some of our sister stations, Fox 35 in Orlando and Fox 13 in Tampa, as they give us the latest. But another headline of the weekend is holiday traffic. This is a live look out of Los Angeles. Things actually moving a little bit better now than they were before. It was completely jam-packed. Gridlock out of the Los Angeles area, as a lot of people are heading home after a long extended 4th of July weekend, having to get back to work tomorrow. We'll be touching on some of those 4th of July stories here in a little bit. More zoomed in look there of the freeways. Going both directions, pretty packed. And then a less busy look at the beach, New Jersey, Ocean City. This was also completely packed earlier today. Like I said, a lot of people heading home as it heads into the evening hours in New Jersey as well. Well, I want to take you out to a cool story coming from Fox in Dallas, as they're speaking about a high school boy never playing a single varsity football game, but got a full scholarship to play in college. It sounds unreal, but that happened to a Fort Worth Arlington Heights high school student. That story now from Fox 4 in Dallas.
In the darkness of your most uncertain time, where would your compass point? Would you lose your direction or find the will to stay on course?
It's not what is in front of you, it's what you can do with it. That's just how I've been since I've been on this earth, I guess.
Leslie Adindu's compass led him from Nigeria to America, to a football field and a chance to clash with his most uncertain time and power through.
He's got a drive to him where he doesn't quit regardless of the bad things that might happen to him. He just keeps on trudging along.
Leslie's American story started in 2019, moving to the States, to Texas, to live with his dad, leaving behind a life where he'd worked labor jobs since he was 10, where if mom didn't have the money to pay for school, he skipped the semester, leaving for a fantasy land.
Well, we used to think that it's like heaven up here. I used to believe that money grew on a tree. That's what I thought.
He found his way to Fort Worth Arlington Heights High School, where assistant football coach Charles Perry found him.
Fortunately, God brought him into my PE class.
He was like, "You ever try football?" I was like, "Nah."
Oh, he didn't know how to put on pads.
He's like, you willing to give it a try? I was like, yes.
He has the speed, he's got the size, he's got the strength. I thought, here is a guy that could help us.
Playing junior varsity football in his junior year, Leslie's ability was obvious to everybody but himself.
I came off the field, they said, "You got a sack." I didn't know what it was.
Improving enough to play varsity as a senior gave him direction. And in March of 2020, a reason not to quit on himself when he lost his family and the apartment he was living in.
That's just basically what kept me going. Me and my dad, we had a little conflict and whatnot. We had a little misunderstanding. He moved out. They was like, you can't be in here, your dad moved out.
At the same time that his dad deserted him, the COVID-19 pandemic separated Leslie from the football team. For months, they had no idea he was living alone here in Fort Worth at the Union Gospel Mission Homeless Shelter.
We couldn't get a hold of Leslie. We didn't know what had happened to him.
This is called Union Gospel Mission. Please take a shower.
We thought maybe he'd even gone back to Africa.
It wasn't until the summer that Leslie learned the football team was practicing, reconnected with the coaches, and showed them where he was staying.
I didn't see it like I was homeless. I just saw it like it's just those stages you just gotta go through in life.
He's going in a situation that a normal teenager doesn't have to go through and face. He's seen some traumatic things down there, unfortunately. I knew he would. He's seen people get killed and beaten to death and, you know, all kinds of stuff. You know, your heart goes out to a person that has experienced that.
As part of his responsibility at the shelter, Leslie had to hold a job. When school started back up, he would work in the kitchen at the shelter at 3 a.m. so he could make it to football practice.
I work at 3 till like 7. I practice around 8 till like noon. After that, I do my online school.
Heading into the school year, Leslie would unmercifully face a new obstacle. He found out he was 2.5 weeks too old to play UIL football. Arlington Heights applied for a waiver, but was denied, meaning he would not get to play a varsity season after all. Still, Coach Perry was convinced it wasn't the end of the line for Leslie in football.
So you told him to stick with it, and what was his response?
Yes, Coach. I mean, he really was. You know, I think there for a brief moment you thought about maybe quitting, right? But it wasn't very long.
I just used the football as a, you know, like a getaway, like a safe place where I, you know, can be around people, run around and stuff like that.
So he kept coming to practice, played in the scrimmages. The coaches built the best highlight tape for him they could. Eventually, recruiters started noticing and then offering.
For someone to just come in a senior year with, 7 or 8 film snaps to look at and has never really played on a Friday night to get recruited, I mean, that's pretty big. That's pretty unusual.
In February, nearly a year after moving into a homeless shelter, Leslie signed a national letter of intent to play football for Southwest Baptist University on a full scholarship.
If it weren't for the coaches, I probably wouldn't even be here.
Leslie Adindu.
Here was a guy that, went from absolutely nothing to, I mean, the world is in the palm of his hand.
In Bolivar, Missouri, Leslie Adindu once again has a home he can call his own.
Yeah, that's one of those you mark up as something that you really love to see in your life.
In his most uncertain time, Leslie Adindu would not allow the chaos to change the direction of his compass, refusing to let the place he slept at night define what he did every day.
In my definition, I believe like homelessness is like the concept of mind. It depends on what you do in the situation.
Through the darkness, he never lost sight of the big life he plans to live.
I got my whole life set. It's like I already got it all set out. I just got to, work at it a day at a time. Just, keep at it. Don't give up.
Again, that was Fox 4 in Dallas. A really beautiful story of perseverance and coming out on the other side. We're going to take a quick break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we have some pretty interesting stories coming in from across the country following the 4th of July holiday. Some fireworks mishaps and also a little bit of violence coming out of Ohio. That's in 2 minutes. We'll see you back here on News Now. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. One person is dead and 11 others hurt after gunfire breaks out during a block party in Toledo, Ohio. The city's police chief says they got a call just after midnight claiming there was a male shooting into the air and hundreds of people fighting in the street. When officers arrived, they found multiple gunshot victims, including several juveniles. One of them was just 11 years old. Police say a 17-year-old male was airlifted to the hospital but later died from his injuries. So far, no word on a motive for the shooting and no suspect has been taken into custody. We do have the latest from Toledo Police Department. Let's listen in to what they had to say today.
Is everybody ready to get started? Okay.
Thanks everybody for being here. We're here to talk about the mass shooting that happened last night. Before I make my remarks, I want to recognize some people who are here. We have Karen Ford, the Safety Director, Ignazio Messina, the Communications Director, and Chief Brian Bird from the Toledo Fire and Rescue Division. This literally happened less than 13 hours ago. And when we have this amount of victims, you can only imagine how complicated this crime scene is. I'm not going to be able to give you a whole lot of information right now. We still have interviews, we still have forensic tests that need to be taken care of, but between myself and Lieutenant Gerken, whatever we can answer, we'll try to get done. I'm going to give you a brief timeline of what happened, and then we'll, excuse me, we'll move into questions. About 10:17 p.m. last night, we received a call about several hundred people who were having a block party at Lawrence in Detroit. It was dispatched as a general broadcast, which means it's just broadcasted out to the units. Obviously, 4th of July is probably our busiest day of the year, and our crews were tied up with other things, and that's why it was a general broadcast. At 12:24 a.m., dispatch received a call of a black male shooting in the air and 300 people fighting in the street. About 16 seconds later, our first crew arrived while gunshots were still being fired. They called out multiple shooters and requested assistance from all available police units. At the same time, the crew called out multiple people had been shot. Literally seconds later, TFRD showed up and jumped into action to save as many lives as we could. At 12:33 a.m., our units began shutting down large portions of Detroit Avenue and the surrounding area. At 12:36 a.m., we required mutual aid from the Lucas County Sheriff's Office and the Ohio State Highway Patrol for crowd control and scene management. At 12:42 a.m., crews were sent to Toledo Hospital and St. Vincent's Mercy Hospital for reports of multiple gunshot victims and crowd control. In all, there's approximately 80 rounds that were fired last night out of multiple firearms. For the victims, there was a total of 12 people shot. One came into the hospital this morning. 9 are in stable condition. Their ages are there were 3 19-year-olds, an 18-year-old, 2 17-year-olds, 2 16-year-olds, a 15-year-old, and an 11-year-old. They're all in stable condition. There are 2 in critical condition. One is a 51-year-old male, and another one is a 19-year-old. I'm not sure if it's a male or female. And sadly, 1 person lost their lives. So we had 1 fatality. We had approximately 70 TPD officers on scene last night, 7 Lucas County Sheriff Office deputies, and 7 Ohio State Highway Patrol troopers. Before I take questions, I would be remiss if I didn't give some thank yous. Obviously to the 70 TPD officers who are out there in the middle of a gunfight. Our partners at the Sheriff's Office, the Ohio State Highway Patrol, and I got to say something about the fire department. Normally in something like this, they stage until the scene was safe. Not this time. They jumped into action right away. We try to keep it in what we call the warm zone, but they were in the hot zone, so I want to say thank you to them. Obviously, our dispatchers from Toledo, the Sheriff's Office, and the fire department, and the medical staff at Toledo Hospital and St. Vincent's Mercy for their incredible medical care. That's it in a nutshell, what I have right now. If there's any questions.
Can you give information about the 1 person who died, male, female, age?
Yes.
17-year-old male.
17-year-old male. He was life flighted to
U of M
last night.
Did any TPD officers fire any rounds or respond to gunfire on scene?
Well, they were there, they heard it, but no Toledo police officer fired their weapons last night.
Is there any indication of what started this gunfight?
Not at this stage of the game, and to be perfectly honest, we're not getting a whole lot of cooperation from the folks that were out there that day. Unfortunately, when we have 12 people shot and we're not getting a whole lot of cooperation, it's frustrating for our investigators.
So no suspects?
Not this time.
We interviewed people at the scene and they alleged that a lot of the shots were coming from police officers. Do you have a comment on that?
That's ridiculous. That's my comment on that.
Anybody got anything else?
I mean, block parties happen, right? They've happened in the past. Any way that, how will you guys, are you going to be responding to them differently going forward? You know, when you see so many people, hundreds, as you said, gathering, how are you guys going to respond?
Well, in this case, it was the 4th of July, and for the better part of over an hour, close to 2 hours, there was no reason for the police to really respond there and break up a party. It's the 4th of July. We're expected to be out with our family and friends. The only time we needed to jump in action, obviously, is when it went south. We're going to be looking at, like we do every weekend, where there are block parties permitted, and we try to keep an eye on them. It's our goal that people, you know, you want to have fun with your friends and relatives, knock yourselves out, but leave your guns at home.
Does QPD have any idea of what started the altercation, or was it just a random occurrence?
Not yet, not yet.
I'm sorry.
Was there people from all age ranges there, or was it primarily young people? Because a lot of people who were injured were pretty young
Well,
teenagers.
you see, the youngest is 11, the oldest was 51, so I think it ran the gamut of all ages.
This was a legal block party? You got all the permits and the signs and the road closures?
I don't believe so, but we're going to follow up on that tomorrow.
If someone has some information, how can they get that to you all?
They can call Crime Stop at 255-1111. They can call the Detective Bureau. We'll send someone out right away. You know, we had 12 Toledoans who were shot last night. Excuse my language. We should be angry. I'll stop there. We should be angry. We need to come together as a community. We've seen this type of violence in this country all year long, and now it's hit home. We need to come together as a community and come forward. Someone there knows who is shooting these guns. We'll keep you safe. We'll make sure we get the information, but we need to do this together.
All right, that's going to be it. Thank you.
The latest from Toledo Police. They actually posted that to their Facebook page. We'll be following that story, but staying in Ohio. We do have another story. At least 4 people hurt after a U-Haul truck full of fireworks ignites, setting off a series of explosions during a 4th of July block party. I'm just going to have you all listen in here really quickly. It happened in a residential neighborhood in Toledo on Sunday night. Video taken by a neighbor shows people yelling and running for cover as fireworks explode in every direction. Listen in. So you can hear them in the video saying hose, hose, because at one point the U-Haul and a neighbor's front lawn briefly caught on fire. 4 people reportedly suffered non-life-threatening injuries. The Toledo Fire Department is now investigating what exactly ignited the explosions. Well, this wasn't the only fireworks mishap, a really tragic story from NHL hockey player Mattis Kivlenieks. He was killed in an apparent fireworks mishap. It happened at a home in Michigan on Sunday night just before 10 p.m. The 24-year-old was apparently in a hot tub watching a fireworks display when a firework ended up shooting toward people. An autopsy report revealed one of those fireworks actually hit him in the chest. We have the very latest from local police there on the ground.
We've received the autopsy results from the Oakland County Medical Examiner's offices, and they're listing the cause of death as chest trauma due to a fireworks mortar. Apparently it caused some internal damage in Mr. Kivlenieks, and so that's we're repivoting our investigation and following up on that angle now. We're still looking at it as a tragic accident, but we'll go where the investigation takes us, and if it leads us down any path where we feel it needs investigation or it needs to be sent to the prosecutor's office, we'll do that as well. No other injuries were reported. Like I said, we're treating this as a tragic accident unless we receive other information. Yeah,
So that was just a little bit of what this officer was saying. It's unclear if the fireworks show was being done by professionals. Police, like you heard right there, are now investigating. The NHL player began playing hockey as a teenager and moved to the U.S. to play professionally. He had been with the Columbus Blue Jackets since 2017. We're going to take a quick break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we have the latest out of Houston as they update on an officer that was wounded over the weekend. We'll be back here in 2 minutes. We'll see you in just a little bit. Welcome back here to News Now from Fox. An 11-year veteran with the Houston Police Department is in the hospital following a shooting in Kingwood on Monday morning. The Houston Police Chief Troy Finner saying in this press conference, which you're going to hear for a moment, that it happened around 11:15. According to Finner, officers spoke with a woman who said she got into a disturbance with a man over a parking space at an apartment complex. That's what kicked this all off. The woman alleged that the man spit in her face. Finner will also say that officers went to the man's apartment to talk with him, and at some point when they were in the door talking, the man immediately came out and started firing at one officer. Let's listen in.
A couple of hours ago, in reference to an officer involved incident, and come to find out that this officer was responding to a disturbance call that they received, and while out there responding to this disturbance and talking to the suspect that was involved, he started shooting, and so I'll let Chief Finner respond to that. This is an officer that's been with the police department for about 11 years. On the promotional list. He appears to be in stable but critical condition, which is good, considering the initial reports that I received. So stable but critical. I've had an opportunity to talk to his wife, and she's holding out. They have 3 kids, and so I simply want people to continue to pray for this officer and his entire family. But at least from the report that I received 2 hours ago to where we are now, his situation has improved. So that's good news, but continue to pray for him. That's another indication this was a disturbance call. A lot of guns. There are a lot of guns on our streets. There are a lot of guns that people have in their possession, in their apartments. And this appears to be a situation where the officer was simply responding to a disturbance call, and then all of a sudden this individual started shooting. So let me just yield there, but it is a reminder that our officers 24/7 put themselves on the front line in very dangerous conditions, and even when it appears that incidents are not what I call dangerous, they can turn into a dangerous situation on the drop of a dime. But continue to pray for this officer and continue to pray for his family. Chief.
Hey, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being here in support of not only the family but our entire police department. And thanks to my leadership team and also our union president. But just before I go into any details, I want to say something about our Houston police officers and officers throughout the nation. They should be applauded and respected. And I know that we're living in a great city that does that, and we're very fortunate. But I want y'all to, everyone, prayers for him for a speedy recovery, and also prayers to his family. We will not be releasing names today. It probably will come tomorrow. And the mayor said he is an 11-year veteran, Kingwood Division, a proud father, a proud husband. The mayor said that we spoke with the wife. She's holding up good, but she needs prayer. Her entire family needs prayer. But this morning at 11:15 a.m., officers responded to a disturbance call at 200 North Pines. When officers arrived, they spoke to a female, and the female said that her and a male that lives at the apartment complex had a disturbance over a parking space. At some point, she alleges that the male spat in her face. When officers got that information, they went to the male's apartment to get some information from him, try to establish some identity, and get a statement from him. At some point, when they were in the door talking, the male immediately comes out and starts firing upon one of our officers. He fired multiple times. He was struck at least twice in the arm, I think in the abdomen, and I think the vest protected that. So we're going to send up some thanks to everyone, and especially God, that he's in stable but still serious critical condition. But it just goes to show you it's a dangerous place. He did have a backup officer there, and this is preliminary, and things change. I'm just trying to be as transparent as I can, but understand I hadn't looked at the body-worn camera, and I'll get a chance to do that. But what I'm being told is once he fired upon the officer, the other officer immediately engaged with his hands and took custody of the suspect. So our officers did not fire. They didn't have the time to fire. And sometimes, and I know this question is going to come up, let me clear it up right now. Hand to hand and in battle, when you're close in, sometimes you don't even have a chance to draw a weapon, and you have to go hands-on. And I won't speculate because I want to see it, but something that may have happened, okay? But the investigation will be headed up by our special investigative unit out of homicide. The incident did occur within the city of Houston, Kingwood, but in Montgomery County. So we will be coordinating with the district attorney's office of Montgomery County. So again, let's just pray for the family, and we will release the names. The suspect is a white male, age 26. We will, once we get charges filed, we'll release that name as well. But we'll open up for questions.
Can you tell us if the suspect has a criminal history? Was he out on bond for anything else?
I don't know right now. We're looking into that. I don't know right now. I don't want to give any information out until it's confirmed. And we'll send that out to you guys later on. I don't think he was injured at all. I didn't any reports that he sustained any injuries.
Were they inside? Did they make it inside?
I don't. The way they described it to me, and again, it's preliminary, that they were in the door, in the entrance of the door. Anything else?
Yeah, talk about the kind of restraint it takes not to immediately open fire?
I don't want to speculate on that. I was just trying to, because people are going to ask that, just what you're asking right now. I'd rather look at the tape, but I'm going to tell you, I say it all the time. Regardless of what a few people think, our police officers don't show up to work and saying, you know what, I want to get in an officer-involved shooting. They don't. And it's a tough job, and my hat goes out to them, and I'm just asking everybody, just pray for them. Pray for our city, our citizens, our leadership, and definitely those men on the front line, men and women on the front line. And that goes for our HFD, all first responders. And I want to thank them for getting there and providing aid right away and getting them over here. And also this Kingwood Medical Facility. Thank them for what they're doing. Okay? Go ahead, one more. I hadn't had a chance to look at the stats, but I'm at work in the morning, and that's one of the first things we do. You look at things over the weekend, so we'll send something out to you. I don't have that answer for you right now, but just looking and just reading some of the reports that come from our real-time crime center, it wasn't as bad as our Memorial Day weekend, so hands up for that, okay? All right, but we'll get back with you. Is that it? Thank y'all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So that's the latest out of Houston concerning that 11-year veteran of the Houston Police Department shot multiple times. We'll be keeping our eyes on that investigation. We're going to take a quick break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we are heading out to Minneapolis with an update from the community who is calling for justice in the shooting of Winston Smith, 32-year-old Winston Smith, a local musician and YouTube personality. That's coming up in 2 minutes here on News Now from Fox. And welcome back to News Now from Fox. This was an event from earlier today coming out of the Minneapolis area. Members of the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force in the area say that they were trying to arrest Winston Smith on a warrant for allegedly being a felon in possession of a gun. The Marshal Service said in a statement that Smith, who was in a parked vehicle, didn't comply with law enforcement and, quote, produced a handgun, resulting in task force members firing upon the subject, end quote. This has caused quite a bit of uprising in the Minneapolis area following the George Floyd murder. And we're going to be hearing from community members who say this story of him wielding a gun might not be true. So we'll listen into community members, as there are definitely two parts of the story for this shooting death of, again, a young 32-year-old father of three, Winston Smith.
The BCA. Our community has come together today, as well as impacted families, and we're saying enough is enough. We will not sit back and let people brutalize our community, brutalize our loved ones, and cover up the murders right in front of us. Enough is enough. They go from editing videos to now straight up lying and telling us there is no video in Winston Smith's case. Winston Smith was murdered in one of the most privileged areas in Minnesota, uptown Minnesota, the uptown area. There is no way that there was no cameras from one of the local businesses. We know in the case of Justin Tigan, who was brutally beat to death in 2009 and thrown inside of a trash dumpster, that the videos for that murder was edited. We know for Isaac Aiden that the videos in that murder was edited. We know for Kobe Heisler and for all of these other murders that these videos are edited, destroyed, or we are told that they never exist. Well, we will not sit back and watch cover-ups in our faces any longer. Our families are out here hurting and traumatized, and we will not let it be swept under the rug. They have swept enough murders under the rug, and enough is enough. Enough is enough. So we are standing here in solidarity as a community, crying out for help, crying out for change, and letting the BCA, who is a part of many murders and many cover-ups, Drew Evans is a part of many murders and many cover-ups. We want the truth, and we want it now. We deserve it now. As a hurting community, we deserve the truth. As the families that are out here hurting from the previous murders, re-traumatizing us over and over and over again. Stop covering up the murder, BCA. We will not stand for it. We will not stand for it. Enough is enough. I call forward the president of the Minnesota Justice Coalition, Jonathan McCollum.
Hello, my name is Jonathan McClellan. I'm president of the Minnesota Justice Coalition. We are part of a collective of organizations that work with the families and community to draft and advance legislation and other policy initiatives at the Capitol here in St. Paul and in Washington, D.C. Law enforcement and other enforcement agencies continue to play cloak and dagger games with the people and the family. The family and community have questions about who killed Winston Smith, as well as the circumstances around his death. We shouldn't have to wait until the city is burning, businesses are destroyed, community resources are exhausted for law enforcement to do the right thing by the family and the people. It is important that we have transparency and accountability, not a cover-up or a botched investigation to cover for the sheriffs who killed Winston Smith. Further, the accounts of the killer cops have been refuted by eyewitness testimony, and the BCA has failed to offer a response. Furthermore, we have been misled by law enforcement stating that Winston deployed a weapon, but the coroner did not find any residue on his hands. Law enforcement has released a false narrative about Winston's criminal history and or alleged crimes. What they haven't released is any body cam, dash cam, or other footage or evidence justifying their actions. It doesn't matter about the victim's past. What matters is we support the value of human life and the rule of law. In this country, you are innocent until proven guilty, and to try to defame someone who can't defend themselves is pusillanimous. We also question these task forces that produce cowboy cops that make up their own rules and circumvent best practices like wearing body cameras, lack proper oversight, and display patterns and practices that terrorize and does not protect and serve, such as the disbanded gang task force here in Minnesota. That was also a joint partnership with other law enforcement agencies similar to the task force and the one who killed Dalad Eid. We know your blueprint: murder, lies, stall, attack the reputation of the victim, cover up, and repeat. We're done with that. We are tired of police that hide behind the slogan of protect and serve while only protecting and serving themselves. For the law enforcement community who think that we are going back to the status quo, we are not going back, we are going forward. And transparency and accountability is paramount to that process. Stop the cover-up.
Yes. We will now call forward Paul Johnson, the friend of Travis Jordan, murdered by Minneapolis Police Department.
Hello, I'm Paul Johnson, Minneapolis mayoral candidate, member of Family Supporting Families Against Police Violence. Even in a case as small as Travis's, I experienced the lies and cover-ups that the police forces are willing to do on even the smallest of things. Lying to get entrance to my house when they had no right to be there after murdering my friend on my front lawn. There are little things, checks and balances that have gone unchecked. A balance of power that is way off. The police have time to do those things, and you as the media have gobbled it up. When is investigative reporting going to become a thing again? Stop taking the morsels and crumbs that have been fed to you by the police, the lies, the misgivings, and all of that you have to continually come back and apologize for. Stop selling the narrative until you've done your own reporting. I want to speak to the quote-unquote patriots of the world that think that speaking up for Winston Smith isn't something you should be doing. I'd like to remind you that we have these checks and balances in this state to keep out of control police officers, out of control judicial systems, out of control executive orders from being unchecked. When the police murder people and refuse their opportunity in front of the judge, they are removing one of those checks and balances. We as a people are obligated to speak for that life that can no longer speak for itself. We are obligated to make sure that that check goes balanced. We stand here for the family of Winston Smith in solidarity, have and always will, with every family, with every person stolen. Mayor Fry, you have had time and time and time again to stand with your community, to stand with your community members. You cower and hide. Council people, you act as though you do not have the freedom of speech to stand up and say, no, this will not happen in my city. No, I will not stand in my seat of position, my seat of power, and allow it to go unspoken for. Shame on you. Fry, I won't even speak to you as mayor. I speak to you as goodbye, sir.
We will now call forward an activist in our community, Mel Reeves.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Mel Reeves. As you know, I am a journalist and activist in the tradition in our community of folks playing both journalists and activists. First off, I want to make it clear that one of the things we want to demand and call for here is an independent investigation into the killing of Winston Boogie Smith. We think that's the only way that we stand any chance of getting justice in this case. And I have to say to you all, I feel like this shooting was an act of retribution on the cops feel like it was a bullying effort. It was an effort to show that, because it appears that people have said that on his Facebook page that Winston had made some comments about the cops, and it feels like they went out of their way to target him to show people what happens if you talk crap about the police. So it feels like retribution. It feels like an act of yes, quote me on it. It feels like the cops were bullying him. They wound up killing him as a way of saying to us, see, this is what happens if you challenge us. So while people are talking about things being changed, not much has changed. And so it's important to know that while the BCA is saying that he had a gun, he fired a gun, the witness has come forward through her lawyers now twice and said that she never saw a gun, he never had a gun, he never fired a gun, and while he was trying to Facebook Live, the police opened up on Winston Smith. We believe her story. We don't believe the BCA. And by the way, the BCA has shown itself to be incompetent. If you paid attention to the George Floyd trial, you'll see that the BCA did a lot of incompetent and sloppy work in that case. They did. And now the Hennepin County attorney is talking about reopening the case of Terrence Franklin, another police killing in which they came up with a story that made no sense to begin with, but the BCA came up with justification to cover it up. So the BCA has shown himself to be incompetent. So it's time that we stop sending cases to the BCA and that the governor appoint an independent panel. That's what we're going to demand. And we're here to also complain about the fact that Winston Smith's name was scandalized. You know, first he was called a murder suspect. Then people tried to make him seem like a bad guy because he had run from the police. Then the BCA said that he fired at him, and they weren't even clear. They can't even get their story right. Every time they tell a story, it's different. So we demand, again, that the governor appoint an independent investigator and an independent investigation, because we can't believe what the BCA says. We believe the witness. And we believe that despite all the talk about transparency and accountability, the killing of Winston Smith and DeLaw E proves that we don't have any transparency, we don't have any accountability, and we've not moved forward. We won't move forward in this country until we actually have police accountability, until the governor has whatever it takes, intestinal fortitude to say, okay, that's fair. Let me get the police out of police investigations and let me appoint some people with some experience who can do this independently. Because at this point, for all practical purposes, what we saw, what happened to Winston Smith, was he was murdered by the police. And that's not hyperbole. We have no other evidence. We have no reason to believe the BCA. So we're here standing together demanding that the governor call for and launch an independent investigation into the murders of Winston Smith and DeLaw E. Thank you.
We will now call forward a community activist, Michael Smith.
So I stand in front of you, and ironically, we're on Prosperity Avenue. It's very ironic. We're talking about Winston Smith in that same light. In all honesty, I just ask that there be full transparency and clarity in the story. I feel like Star Tribune, I feel like the Pioneer Press should write a retraction statement, to be honest with you, because we continue to demonize black men in Minneapolis and St. Paul. And as a community organizer, I stand frustrated and concerned. There's a lot of solid men out here that are doing quality things. If you ever had an opportunity to watch Winston Smith, any of his comedy, you can see what kind of individual, what kind of character he had at that moment. So I repeat, we stand on Prosperity Avenue, and nothing's really changed for black men to prosper in the state of Minnesota, in the city of Minneapolis, in the city of St. Paul. So please consider this. Our frustration, our pain. Just please consider the fact that the confusion that lies in our communities right now and the misunderstanding about a lot of the man that is Winston Smith and how he is being demonized in the city of Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota. So yes, I'm going to continue to say this. We ask for a retraction statement. Please shine that man's light in the correct way, because he deserves better. And that's all I have to say.
We will call for one more speaker, Brandon Toledo, and we will conclude the press conference.
When it comes to the assassination, the murder of Winston Smith, obviously you hear things from the media, you hear things from the law enforcement departments that were responsible for his death, but If you look at other cases in the state, George Floyd, the first thing they said that it was a medical incident, right? There are so many cases where the first story that comes out isn't the truth. So why, us as a community that is hurting, we have no choice but to assume that they're lying to us. That's what we do time and time again until they can bring forward video, until they can bring forward conclusive evidence that paints the picture that they're trying to paint, which it never does, then maybe we'll start to believe them. However, in a case like this, why is there no video evidence? At first they tried to say, well, the marshals, they're not allowed to, but then that was what rescinded in 2019, and they were supposed to be implementing that. However, Mona Doman was taking her time and didn't get that implemented, and now look. And we had, what, the Hennepin County, Ramsey County sheriffs that were a part of this task force. After they do something wrong, then they draw out of that task force and say, that probably isn't the best thing for us to be doing. Why does it take an assassination, a murder, loss of life, to then learn maybe that's not the best thing that we should be doing? Why does it take an incident where there were so many things wrong with it until they start realizing, yeah, we need to do better for transparency and holding ourselves accountable because we don't want to get into another situation like that? Is it not their job to make sure that they're prepared? There are any possibilities of situations that they could be involved in. They need to be able to be transparent and be accountable. Not realize that after the fact, oh, we didn't think about that one. Well, what are you thinking about? Why are you not prepared for instances like this? If you believe that you are right in all the policing and all of the work that you're doing, then prove it. We should be able to see everything you do. We should be able to hear everything you say. If you say you're protecting and serving the community, why is the community not let in on these decisions? Why do we have cowboy cops in a task force that apparently nobody knows about, roaming the streets, looking for one person who's a murder suspect, gets a tip that there's another person they're potentially looking for some warrant, and then they swarm him in 8 undercover cops, guns drawn, undercover cars, after they saw him on like a Snapchat or Instagram story after a date? If your job, even in the Dalal Eid case, if your job was to do a gun sting and you thought to pull up at a gas station in the middle of the day, guns drawn, undercover cars, guns out the window, and you thought that that was going to stop the sale of an illegal firearm, you really need to reprocess how you're going about these actions. If you thought that you were going to surround Winston Smith, who you thought could potentially have a gun, or you thought was out on a warrant, and you thought swarming him with 8 undercover cars, guns drawn, was going to do your job that day, I have to question what type of training, what type of thought process went into that plan, that strategy. If you think about a case like Isaac Aiden, where they have almost 100 police officers surrounding this man for what, 4 hours, and then they come up with a tactical team of flashbangs and less than lethals to try to get him to move. But after he moved, people weren't let in on that plan, and then they shot him because he moved. I have to question what goes on in your operations. What are y'all doing when you come up with these plans? If your job is to apprehend a criminal, if that's what you want to call it, how does that lead to the death of an individual? If your job is to apprehend someone you believe to be a criminal and it ends in the death of the individual, you did not do your job. That's the bottom line. You did not do your job. Therefore, you need to be held accountable for that. And that's what we want. That's what we need to see. The BCA is very good at covering up things. You cannot have cops investigating cops. You cannot have cops investigating cops because they are not on our side. They are on the side of law enforcement. We demand transparency, accountability, and have us in on everything that goes on. We need private investigators. If we're going to go, it has to be somebody else, well, then make sure it's actually somebody else. These are the same people. These people have ties to the U.S. Marshals, to Minneapolis Police Department. They have ties to all of those organizations, and you think that they're going to hold the other person accountable? That just doesn't make sense in any rational thinking person's mind, hopefully. And if it does make sense to you, I'd love to have a sit-down conversation with you so I can explain to you why you're wrong. But we need to get systems in place where these things don't continually happen. We need to get systems in place, procedures in place that already assume the worst things that could happen so that they're not backtracking and saying, oh, we got to do better next time. Well, how many next times does it take until there are no more next times, until there are no more black bodies 6 feet under killed at the hands of law enforcement? And that's what we're going to keep being out here demanding answers for and pushing for, is so that me, other black men, black women, black non-binary folks aren't killed at the hands of law enforcement, and then they'll say, oh, we'll do better next time. Simply unacceptable.
I want to say, as someone that lost Justin Tigan, the father of my son, at the hands of law enforcement here in Minnesota, that I have watched the same trend over and over and over again. They murder their quote-unquote suspect. Once they murder the suspect, then the media slanders our loved one. They twist the stories. If they were telling the truth about Winston's murder, everything would be the same. There would be no reason to switch up their narratives over and over and over again as they did already. The witness in the car would have the same story as the law enforcement. Why does the witness have a different story than the BCA and everybody else? The person that was sitting right next to Winston, when he was executed has a different story than the BCA and the other law enforcement. If the law enforcement knew that they were going to swarm down on this man that day to cover themselves, why would they not have any video cameras on themselves or on their vehicles if they were going to go get this murder suspect that they were talking about? The proof is in the pudding. We know what's going on. This man was executed, and we're in the middle of a cover-up right in front of our eyes. The BCA is not incompetent. The BCA knows exactly what they're doing. The BCA is strategic at what they're doing. They've been doing it for years. They've been covering up murders for years. I knew when they murdered Justin Tigan and covered up my son's father's murder, and they taunted me, they sat outside my home, they followed me. I knew they had done it to other people before, and I knew that it was going to continue. And what we see with all these other murders that have happened is the continuance that I knew would happen, because they covered up the murder of Justin Tigan too strategically. So I knew that they were going to continue to cover up murders. And now here we are, 12 years later, with God knows how many more murders, how many more bodies. We're standing here after they've covered up many more murders. The same way they altered my son's father video is the same way they altered the Laid's video. So we couldn't see, they blurred it out so we couldn't see what happened. The same way with Isaac Aiden. They blurred out the video so we couldn't see what really happened. Now they're at the point that they're not even blurring it out. They're just saying it doesn't even exist. We know the truth. We know what's going on. And enough is enough, and we have a duty as human beings to fight for what's right. We have a duty as people with hearts and minds and families and consciences to do what's right. And let's fight for other human beings. We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to win.
We have a duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to win.
We have a duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
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 We have nothing to lose but
All power to the people.
All power to the people.
Thank you. This will conclude our press conference. Do you guys have any questions? Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Thank you.
So we just wanted to show you that community speaking out in Minneapolis earlier today into the death investigation of Winston Smith. Obviously, as we've said, two sides of the story on this. If we hear anything from the BCA, Minneapolis Police Department, we'll of course bring that to you here on News Now from Fox as we are live, raw, and unfiltered, and showing you all of these cams and shots from across the country. This one a little more fun of a story here. A lot of people still out and about. This was in Los Angeles just moments ago. Everyone in their inner tubes trying to soak in the holiday weekend. Take a look at that, though. No 6-foot distancing anymore. The pandemic behind us for this 4th of July weekend. And here we are in California, which not long ago was one of the most restrictive places, not allowing anyone outside, definitely not in this type of capacity. As you know, it was a long holiday weekend. The 4th of July was just yesterday, and that means lots of fireworks. When we come back after the break in 2 minutes, we'll be heading out to Northern California, where there was, yes, a lot of fireworks, but some fires that broke out because of the fireworks. That's coming up here in 2 minutes. We'll see you back here on News Now from Fox. Welcome back here to News Now. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to go into some stories out of Northern California with Fox 2 in the Bay Area, as they say multiple fires broke out because of illegal fireworks over the 4th of July holiday. Let's tune in to their 6 o'clock newscast.
Fire crews in the East Bay rushed to respond to more than 100 calls as 4th of July celebrations get out of hand.
Evidence of fireworks being shot off when we arrived on scene, and also eyewitnesses.
The sights and sounds of illegal fireworks, they were filling the sky all around the Bay Area last night. Good evening, everyone. I'm Julie Hayner.
And I'm Audrey Sr. in for Frank. This is what it looked like in Oakland last night. Fireworks filled the sky. It was an impressive but illegal display that happens every year on the 4th of July.
Firefighters in Oakland and Contra Costa County responded to more than 100 calls combined yesterday. KTVU's Rob Roth tells us officials say the cause of most of those fires appears to be illegal fireworks.
From the KTVU rooftop camera, you can see bursts of illegal fireworks going off late into the evening. Oakland firefighters report responding to 63 fires, large and small, overnight.
Shortly after midnight last night, we got extremely busy.
The biggest was this warehouse on 77th Avenue in East Oakland. The exact cause is still under investigation, but it's leading in one direction: illegal fireworks.
Evidence of fireworks being shot off when we arrived on scene, and also eyewitnesses.
The building which housed the legal cannabis business is a total loss. This was one of 3 buildings in Oakland that caught fire within minutes of each other in Oakland. 2 appear to be caused by fireworks. Firefighters closed Grizzly Peak to keep it from becoming a gathering spot. Perhaps Mother Nature played the biggest role in keeping the hills safe.
The fog came in through the Golden Gate, and the Oakland Hills by the early evening hours were deep into a marine layer.
It was also a busy night for firefighters in Contra Costa County. This fire on Ross Circle in Martinez quickly spread to a fence and also took out a trailer.
Fireworks were reported by neighbors to have started a grass fire behind homes.
Contra Costa reported 53 fires between 9 p.m. and midnight Sunday. That's a lot, but it was lower than the 69 fires last 4th of July. Firefighters warned of the dangers of illegal fireworks, especially during the drought in the days leading up to the 4th.
We think that there were quite a few residents that hardened their homes against the threat of fireworks-started fires. We think there were residents who helped us by not using fireworks at all. They did heed those warnings.
But not everyone heeded the warning.
The potential to start fires, the potential for injury, just the general, traumatic stress it creates for the community. And unfortunately, it still prevails.
Fire officials say they'll be analyzing their calls from Sunday night as they prepare for the next 4th of July. In Oakland, Rob Roth, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Fireworks and sideshows in San Francisco's Mission District last night. A viewer sent us this video showing several cars taking over intersections along Folsom Street. Pyrotechnics were also being set off, as you saw there, in the middle of streets and close to nearby homes. A San Francisco police cruiser can be seen monitoring the scene of that sideshow, but in this video, we don't see officers engaging with the people on the street. Fireworks reportedly caused damage to this pier in San Francisco's Bayview Hunters Point district. Flames were reported around 8:45 this morning along Amador Street. The fire department tweeted this video of the smoldering pier. A fireboat was called in to help put out the flames. No one was hurt.
At least one person is dead after a shooting at a 4th of July celebration in Santa Rosa. Our crime reporter Henry Lee has the latest on the surviving victims and the search now for the gunman.
It's hard to grasp. I'm still in shock. I can't believe it, and I hope I could just wake up from today.
Nora Montes is trying to make sense of it all. Her brother, 35-year-old Javier Montes, was shot and killed, and several others were hurt in a shooting during a 4th of July get-together in Santa Rosa.
Is that he was just out here celebrating with some friends, and a car drove by and started shooting at him.
Nora, who didn't want her face shown, came to the corner of Beechwood and Greenwood in the city's Roseland neighborhood to see where her brother was killed. She was greeted by a street littered with the charred remains of illegal fireworks. There were also pink circles showing where police found shell casings.
I just received a phone call yesterday that my brother was shot in the chest.
It happened just after midnight early Monday morning.
When officers arrived down here, we had seen a big block party that had been broken up, and we found 4 victims of a shooting.
Santa Rosa Police Sergeant Christopher Mahurin says at least one person opened fire from a Honda Accord.
It appears that a car had driven through the neighborhood, started yelling out gang challenges to people at this block party, and then people from the vehicle started firing.
Montes died at the scene. A 16-year-old boy was shot and is expected to be okay. A 17-year-old girl is in critical condition. As the Honda took off, someone in the crowd fired at the car but hit a 29-year-old woman outside her home instead. She is also in critical condition. The Honda crashed into some parked cars. Everyone inside ran off.
We do know that there were some gang participants that were part of the crowd as well that were celebrating for the 4th. We also know the crowd had a lot of people who were not gang participants.
He's not into any of that.
Nora Montez says her brother wasn't involved in gangs. He worked in construction and did yard work. Police are trying to determine whether any of the victims were targeted.
Or was this just somebody who thought, hey, this is a gang get-together for 4th of July, and they were just shooting indiscriminately?
Anyone with information or surveillance video of the shooting is asked to call the Santa Rosa Police Department. In Santa Rosa, Henry Lee, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Union City Police are asking for the public's help finding a teenager who might be in need of medical assistance. 17-year-old Arena J. Poole was last seen in Union City this morning in the area of Medallion Drive and Whooper Road. She is 5'4" and about 120 pounds. Anyone with information is asked to call Union City Police.
A big rig driver is recovering from his injuries after a crash on Interstate 580 in Pleasanton. The truck was involved in a collision with a Jeep vehicle and swerved before hitting with the center divider and the fencing along BART tracks. It happened at about 6:30 this morning on 580 westbound near the Hacienda Drive off-ramp. The truck driver suffered minor injuries. The crash and emergency vehicles blocked the left lane for hours until that truck was removed and some repairs were done on the BART fence.
Down to Surfside, Florida, the section of Champlain Tower still standing has now been demolished. Authorities say the move gives rescuers access to areas that they have not been able to get to since the collapse happened, including bedrooms where people were sleeping the night of the June 24th collapse. And today, 4 more bodies were recovered, the death toll now at 28. 117 people remain unaccounted for. As Phil Keating tells us, crews are also dealing with stormy weather that's hampering the search and rescue effort.
As rescue operations continue in Surfside, more bodies have been found.
Since the first responders were able to resume their work on the collapse last night, we have very sadly recovered 3 additional victims.
The Champlain Towers were taken down late Sunday over fears Storm Elsa may do it on her own. Officials say this decision was not made lightly.
To collapse an entire apartment building is a devastating decision, and the demolition was in no way a decision that I made lightly. Bringing the building down in a controlled manner was critical to expanding our scope of search. Truly, we could not continue without bringing this building down.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says the implosion will help rescuers speed up the search since they now have full access to more of the remains.
The pile that was closest to the remaining structure was effectively inaccessible by our search and rescue people. And so when I went out there this morning, of course, the whole building's now down. They were on that pile that had been difficult for them to access. And so they're making a lot of progress with the search effort in that part.
Miami-Dade County Mayor says the world is watching and praying for everyone affected by this disaster.
The world is mourning for those who lost their loved ones and for those who are waiting for news.
Some good news for the Surfside rescue operations is that Tropical Storm Elsa has now veered a little bit to the west, meaning Miami-Dade County should suffer far less wind and far less rain than originally expected. In Surfside, Florida, Phil Keating, Fox News.
Well, they're going to go into commercial break right now. When we come back, we're going to also be staying with some of that news out of Florida, Fox 13 in Tampa, talking about actually new technology when it comes to monitoring weather, which has definitely been a factor for this search and rescue that's underway as we are still tracking Tropical Storm Elsa throughout the night tonight. So all of that coming back here in 2 minutes on NewsNOW. And welcome back here to News Now. Almost 6:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We have been tracking some storms out of Florida, tracking Tropical Storm Elsa now. It weakened and passed over Cuba, but strengthening is to be expected. Fox's Matt Finn has the very latest.
Storm Elsa is churning toward the U.S., threatening the lower Florida Keys with heavy rain, gusty winds, and potential storm surge through Tuesday. More than a dozen counties are under a state of emergency ahead of Elsa's arrival, but Governor Ron DeSantis says he doesn't expect widespread evacuations to take place.
You may have a local emergency manager recommend an evacuation, and if that's the case, then heed that. But I think we're really looking at folks who are special needs or power dependent.
After Elsa passes the Keys, it's expected to threaten the entire west coast of Florida. The National Hurricane Center says parts of the coast could see tornadoes and up to 4 feet of storm surge. In Tampa Bay, people filled up sandbags as they braced for potentially heavy flooding.
In the event of excessive water, we use the sandbags as first line of defense. Visqueen or plastic of some sort. Behind that, you're going to sandbag any entryway, so your front door, back door, whatever area is prone to water coming up to the house.
I get enough to, when people need them, I can drop them off.
Elsa was the first Atlantic hurricane of the 2021 season. It was downgraded to a tropical storm over the weekend before pummeling Cuba's southern coast with heavy rain and winds around 65 miles per hour. Elsa also left behind widespread damage in the Caribbean, killing at least 3 people and causing dozens of homes to collapse. And later this week, Tropical Storm Elsa could have impact in the state of Georgia and the Carolinas. In Key West, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Well, Lake County, Florida is one of those counties that spent most of the day sandbagging. So we're going to go out to a story from Fox 13 in Tampa explaining what those preparations are looking like going into the week.
The skies are clear above Lake County for now, but in a matter of hours, that is expected to change.
We need to be ready, and that's what we're doing here today.
The Lake County Emergency Operations Center is at a level 2 alert for Tropical Storm Elsa. Their latest projections have the worst of the storm striking north of the county, but strong gusts and heavy rains could bring some damage.
We know that conditions are similar to what they were last year. Not saying that we're going to have another record-setting year like last year, but climatologically conditions are similar, so we just need to be ready.
Steve Pate and Connor Stevens are gearing up for the storm by filling sandbags to protect against the rains.
It's really hot and it's also really windy.
The work is a bit of a grind for young Connor, but the efforts are well worth it.
We got a room we call the mud room. Every time it rains, mud washes in. So.
And a live look from the White House right there. New technology. The federal government is working on ways to improve hurricane forecasting. Fox 13 has what's in development that could help better predict the intensity of storms.
The Biden administration is developing new technology to improve hurricane forecasting. Our Craig Patrick is joining us now with a closer look at the plans in the works. Hey, Craig.
Hi there, Kelly. Well, President Biden, of course, was struck by the record-breaking hurricane season we had last year, as well as the broader impacts of climate change. So just a few days ago, the president announced that the administration is doubling spending at FEMA on storm preps, while at the same time, NASA is developing new technology to help us better forecast the intensity of storms.
We're going to spare no expense, no effort to keep Americans safe and respond to crises when they arise, and they certainly will.
Well, that brings us to NASA's increased focus on tracking hurricanes to improve forecasting paths and intensity. That is where they'll go, and the particularly challenging work of figuring out how strong they will get. To improve forecasting intensity, NASA is currently studying lightning patterns within storms. This one's from Hurricane Dorian in 2019. Their goal is to track flash rates, areas, and total optical energy of prior storms to what happened next, and then develop computer models that analyze lightning patterns of current storms to determine what will happen next. That is, whether and to what extent a storm will strengthen or weaken. That's just one example of NASA's work. Last month, Administrator Bill Nelson revealed plans to launch 5 integrated satellites and radar systems in partnership with the Indian Space Research Organization. They'll track and measure changes above, below, and on Earth's surface. The mission is to help us prepare for the impacts of rising sea levels and more accurately predict hurricanes and other natural hazards. In a news release, NASA states it will improve our access to data relating to cloud, convection, and precipitation, tackling the largest source of uncertainty and prediction of severe weather.
We need these investments because storms are getting stronger and more destructive. And if we want to mitigate climate change, we got to measure it. And that's what NASA does.
So this new Earth System Observatory is in development as we speak, just getting started though, and the first satellite as part of this network, Kelly, will launch, or at least is scheduled to launch in 2023.
All right, Craig. So how much is the administration spending on these new projects? Do we know that? And what do they expect the payoff to eventually be?
Well, the doubling of funding at FEMA is $1 billion total in spending. That's in storm preps, improving resiliency, protecting against the onslaught of flooding. In addition to that, the Earth System Observatory, NASA's developing is another $2.5 billion investment. In terms of the payoff, the administration notes that if you combine all the weather-related disasters from hurricanes, wildfires, and all places in between, you're looking at $100 billion in damages nationwide. So they said these are comparatively very modest investments in their thinking to try to hold off or reduce the potential of that kind of damage in the future.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you so much.
Very interesting conversation right there as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa throughout the rest of the night. We'll also be updating you on the very latest out of Florida with that condo collapse. We got our last and final evening update a few hours ago from local Miami officials. We'll be playing that at the top of the hour. It is 6:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to go into now some coronavirus news out of California. We all know with increased travel, there is a little bit of worry when it comes to this new Delta variant. So here's Fox 2 in the Bay Area with that side of the story.
Health says nearly 36% of coronavirus variants analyzed in June have been identified as the Delta variant. That is a dramatic increase from May, when Delta accounted for just under 6% of analyzed cases. As the highly transmissible variant spreads, President Biden urged unvaccinated Americans to help protect themselves and their families in his 4th of July address.
Fellow Americans, it's the most patriotic thing you can do. So please, if you haven't gotten vaccinated, do it now.
Johnson & Johnson says its coronavirus vaccine is proven to be effective against the Delta variant. The company says its vaccine is also proven to be effective for at least 8 months after patients received their shot.
Airport and highways are very busy with people heading home after the holiday weekend. The TSA has screened more than 6 million people at airports nationwide since Friday. That makes this 4th of July weekend the busiest travel weekend since the start of the pandemic. The surge in domestic travel is largely due to the vaccination rate, tourist attractions reopening, and international travel being mostly restricted.
Everybody wants to get out. Everybody's been locked up in the house, so everybody just want to spread their wings and have some fun. That's it.
Besides those who flew, 91% drove to their destination. According to AAA, an estimated 48 million people traveled by road or by air for the holiday. And according to the TSA yesterday, nearly 1.7 million people were screened at airport checkpoints across the country. That is almost 1 million more than last year and just over 1 million less than in 2019 before the pandemic.
Many airlines are struggling to staff the number of flights needed to fulfill consumer demands. As KTVU's Tom Bakar tells us, that has resulted in many thousands of canceled flights and delays.
Airlines received $54 billion in federal pandemic aid, much of it to keep paying their employees. But the Trump administration said airlines could offer early retirements, buyouts, and leaves of absence, which the airlines pursued vigorously, reducing their workforces. Now the airlines say they don't have enough folks to fly and service the aircraft.
Minor inconvenience today. Our flight was canceled. We got a notice early this morning, but there were other good available flights to choose from. Considering her ordeal in returning to her Bay Area job from Moab, Utah, Molly Allen was especially unflustered.
Yesterday I had a flight that was supposed to leave at 1 and it was canceled, and they couldn't really guarantee when the next flight was, and I was stuck somewhere. So I was actually with somebody who lived in Albuquerque, So I actually drove all the way to Albuquerque to get on a flight.
But when she got there, the cupboard was bare.
All the flights were packed. All the flights were full. I tried to get on last night from Albuquerque, but they were full flights. So I had to wait till early this morning. It was like a 5:20 flight.
According to airline tracker FlightAware, Bay Area airports fared well compared to many other places. All day yesterday, nationwide, 3,228 flights were delayed, 153 canceled. SFO had just 90 flight delays yesterday and just one cancellation. SJC, San Jose, had 28 delays, no cancellations. Oakland, 21 delays, no cancellations. By 3 p.m. today, nationwide cancellations were already more than all day yesterday with many hours to go. SFO had 5 cancellations as opposed to 1 all day yesterday. San Jose, 2 cancellations as opposed to none yesterday. Oakland, 2 cancellations as opposed to 0 yesterday. Tom Vakar, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Coming up on KTVU News at 6:30, it was a violent and chaotic night in Oakland last night. Why the police chief says officers were able to respond to all calls.
And we'll touch on that in just a moment. Here again, you've been watching Fox 2 in the Bay Area, Northern California. Some very interesting news over that busy 4th of July weekend. Some coronavirus news. We'll stay with coronavirus right now and head out to Fox 5 in Atlanta as they speak with one of the doctors, infectious disease specialists they always speak with about the latest COVID-19 updates.
9:33, as the Delta variant continues to be a concern here in the U.S., it's now responsible for up to 70% of COVID-19 cases in some states. Emory University's Dr. Neil Winterwer joins us live to talk about this and a few other things, too. It's so good to see you, Dr. Winterwer. Good morning.
Good morning, Elise.
Okay, so there's new concern out on which vaccines may need a booster shot to help protect you against the Delta variant. So what can you tell us about that, Dr. Winterwer?
Yeah, there was real concern that if you had the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, you may need a booster shot. But the company issued a press release recently that said that, well, first, that their vaccine is quite robust, 8 months and further. So that's good for people worried about a booster. But then also about variant protection. It looks like the data is showing that it is protective against the Delta variant, and that's the big concern. And this is unpublished data, but in the next few weeks, I think it will be published, and this comes as good news.
Good to hear. So the Delta variant is now responsible for 1 out of every 4 new cases in the U.S., but in states including Arkansas, Utah, Missouri in there as well, it really makes up about 50 to 70% of the cases. So why is that so important?
Well, these states have the largest unvaccinated percentages, and it's no surprise that this virus is an opportunist. So if it has an opportunity to spread in unvaccinated pockets of communities, it's going to take that advantage. And it's no surprise that it's a variant that is 50% more contagious than the original variant that's going to win out. So we're seeing right now across the country, the Delta variant accounts for about 25% of new cases. But in these states, we're seeing 50 to 70%. It's going to become the dominant strain across the country in a few weeks. But this is happening faster, much faster in areas where we see people who are not vaccinated.
Yeah, concerning, no doubt about that. So in light of the Delta variant, Dr. Winterwer, what's your advice regarding mask wearing for kids at camp and soon, for a lot of people in less than a month, school?
Yeah, it's going to be here before we know it. If you're unvaccinated, quite simply, you should be wearing your mask all the time indoors. Outdoors, if you're around crowds, for sure as well. But if you're indoors, definitely. And an area of controversy is in areas of really high community spread with the Delta variant. Should we even be wearing masks if you're vaccinated? The thought is being that even if you're vaccinated, you may be able to spread the virus, not have symptoms yourself, be asymptomatic, but pass them on to potentially people who are vulnerable. And that's the concern. They're doing that in Los Angeles and other counties as well across the country. So I think as we see more and more emergence of the Delta variant, we're going to see potential mask wearing. The CDC doesn't want to go back on saying that if you're vaccinated, then you don't need to wear a mask. But this is You have to really look in your community and see the amount of community spread of the Delta variant and then make that decision. But for going back to school, certainly kids who are 12 or under on 2, we're able to immunize that group. Always going to be wearing masks indoors for now.
All right. As always, we appreciate the help and your insight on this. Dr. Neil Winterwer, thank you so much. Good to see you.
My pleasure. Have a great week.
You too.
Fox 5 in Atlanta with the latest coronavirus news there. We're going to go out to a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here on News Now from Fox and back out to California for some of the latest news when it comes to violence over the weekend. Also updates on what President Biden should be up to. And that California recall for governor spot is not going away. All coming up here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, 640, a little after 640 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We appreciate you joining us here on this Monday, possibly an extended weekend for you. Yesterday, 4th of July, I had kind of a long weekend myself, spent the time in California, and we're going to be spending our time in California for up until probably the top of the hour until we take you out to Florida for the latest on that condo collapse. We got a new update from local officials, so definitely be sticking around with us. We do want to take you to some of their top stories, though. They had quite a bit of violence over the weekend, some fires that broke out because of fireworks, and then also we'll be giving you kind of a roundup on what to expect out of this California governor race. It's a recall election, so very, very packed here. Here's Fox 2 in the Bay Area.
Now to our top stories. Firefighters in Oakland and Contra Costa County responded to more than 100 calls yesterday. They say the cause of most of the fires appears to be illegal fireworks. Fire officials say they will analyze what happened last night to help when they plan for the next 4th of July.
Santa Rosa police are looking for at least one gunman following a 4th of July shooting that left one person dead and 3 others injured. Police say the shooting appears to be gang-related. They say a silver Honda Accord pulled up to a block party and the people inside started yelling gang challenges and started shooting. Well, someone at the block party fired back at that vehicle. It crashed at the scene and the occupants inside that vehicle ran off. No arrests have been made.
Search and rescue teams have now resumed their round-the-clock work in Surfside, Florida. This comes after authorities decided to demolish the part of the Champlain Towers that was still standing to allow better access for rescuers. The remains of 4 more people were found in the rubble of that collapsed condo building today, and that brought the death toll there to 28.
You're watching KTVU News at 6:30. Oakland police say they were prepared for fireworks and sideshows, but for the level of violence they saw over the 4th of July weekend.
They were called to 7 shootings within 6 hours from last night into this morning, including one shooting that left a 48-year-old man dead at 77th and Bancroft in East Oakland. KTVU's Jesse Gary tells us the police chief said his officers were stretched too thin to answer fireworks calls.
The last 24 hours have been very challenging in the city of Oakland.
Oakland Police Chief LaRon Armstrong stepped before the cameras Monday saying the best planning wasn't enough to stem a wave of holiday violence. Special details to combat fireworks and sideshows were overmatched. From Sunday evening until Monday morning, 7 shooting victims, multiple acts of gun violence, and a massive sideshow, and 1 mysterious death.
We had, unfortunately, to move those fireworks-related enforcement officers, as well as our sideshow-related officers, to focus solely on violent crime.
Starting at 6 Sunday evening and stretching until mid-morning Monday, 3 people hit by celebratory gunfire. Another 2 are homicide victims. 1 person was wounded by gunfire and a person was killed due to blunt force trauma to his head. The chief says officers were running from scene to scene and couldn't address the crime of illegal firework usage.
To exacerbate the problem even worse, we encountered a very large and extremely violent and dangerous sideshow.
This amateur video shows the breadth of the incident. Police say around 300 drivers participated. Another 200 people were spectators. 1 spectator was hit by a car spinning donuts in the street. He was rushed to a nearby hospital with severe injuries.
Officers were able to manage to arrest 3 individuals in connection with the sideshow. We also recovered 5 firearms.
Chief Armstrong says Oakland officers were prepared to police the illegal use of fireworks in Oakland, but resources were stretched thin by the amount of violent crime. Armstrong is an open critic of the implementation of a plan to divert funds from the OPD budget at a time when the city is seeing a spike in violent crime. In San Jose, Jesse Gary, KTVU Fox 2 News.
On Monday nights, we like to provide a look ahead to the week in politics. It is a preview of the storylines in California and Washington, D.C. that will likely make headlines. Our political reporter Greg Lee joins us now with the stories he's keeping an eye on. Greg.
Julie, good evening. We begin with the political story that'll have all of our attention for the next 10 weeks or so. The recall election targeting Governor Newsom. We learned last week voters will decide Newsom's fate on September 14th. After some wrangling and expediting by the legislature. This shortened timeline means anyone who wants to run to replace the governor must file their paperwork by July 16th. That means get ready to see lots of candidates, including these guys, put their names in the hat. More than 70 people have already filed. Also expect the campaigning to ramp up from everyone involved in this sprint to September. Part of that, though Newsom is enjoying a majority approval rating as the state reopens, several articles and the Public Policy Institute points out voter enthusiasm could be a major factor. Those numbers show that voters who want to remove Newsom are consistently more engaged with the recall by about 15% than those who want to keep him. We asked recall expert Josh Spivak about this issue.
But for Newsom, he wants to have an overwhelming victory. And the other side is going to come out. It seems very likely that Republicans and people who are very much opposed to Newsom will come out and vote against him. So he's really got to get his people out there.
To Washington, D.C. we go. The House and the Senate are both on holiday breaks, but that doesn't mean bargaining stops over the phone and behind closed doors. The White House has been touting a bipartisan deal with a group of senators on a $1.2 trillion physical infrastructure bill. But it still faces hurdles in getting through a divided Congress. After all the negotiating, some Democrats say they will not vote for the agreement unless it's accompanied by a second tandem bill that includes provisions cut from the original plan, including fighting climate change. That bill is likely to only pass if Democrats go at it alone using the process known as reconciliation. Here's the bottom line. This is all a delicate balancing act for lawmakers with constant maneuvering, and in Washington, D.C. fashion, it's unclear when it all might get done. Finally, after hosting a 4th of July event at the White House, President Biden will again hit the road, this time to Illinois, to rally support for his American Families Plan, which includes money for child care, tax cuts for families, and education. Some of those items expected to be included in that larger reconciliation bill we just spoke about. That's on Wednesday. Tomorrow, he'll address the American people, talking about the nation's COVID response and status of vaccinations. In his remarks last night, you heard a short time ago, he said getting the shot is the most patriotic thing you can do. This as the U.S. fell short of his goal for 70% of adults to have at least one shot by Independence Day. That number stands at 67%. So despite this holiday, a number of storylines we are following. We will update you as anything develops. Reporting live, Greg Lee, KTVU, Fox 2 News. Julie?
Never a shortage of political stories. Greg, thank you.
We're learning more this evening about how the U.S. left Afghanistan's Bagram airfield nearly 20 years ago, after nearly 20 years, rather. Bagram was the epicenter of America's war to unseat the Taliban and hunt down the al-Qaeda perpetrators of the 9/11 attacks on the U.S. Now, the U.S. pulled out of the site overnight Friday, apparently without telling the base's new Afghan commander. Officials say the commander discovered the departure about 2 hours later. The Pentagon says an official final withdrawal from the base will be completed by the end of August.
In the Philippines, the death toll has now risen to 52 in yesterday's crash involving a military Air Force plane. A C-130 aircraft was trying to land when it overshot the runway, crashed and burst into flames. That plane was carrying almost 100 people on board, most of them combat troops. Emergency crews rescued 49 military personnel, including a few who jumped off of the plane before it exploded. 2 later died. 3 people on the ground were killed. Philippine officials are calling it the worst military air disaster in that country's history. Rescue crews in Japan continued their search, digging through mud and debris after a massive landslide ripped through the seaside resort town of Atami. At least 4 people are dead. 80 are still unaccounted for. The mudslide hit Saturday morning following days of heavy rain. Witnesses described hearing a giant roar as a small stream turned into a torrent of mud, trees, and rocks.
I added, I'd say 10 pounds for sure, maybe even 15.
Coming up tonight, the advice from experts on dealing with the weight gain many experienced during the pandemic.
Also ahead, good news for workers, how much wages went up last month and what experts say is behind this pay hike.
And we're going to take a quick break here on News Now from Fox, but don't worry, we're going to come back with that story on what to do about those added pandemic pounds, because everyone's got them, let's be honest. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to News Now from Fox. Pandemic pounds packed on. Everyone has them except for Andrew. Somehow he's been able to cut pounds during the pandemic. But for the average person out there who needs a little bit of help, here's Fox 2 in the Bay Area with weight gain across the country.
As more people are returning to the workplace and going out socially, some have anxiety about taking their pandemic body out into the real world. KTVU's Garcia Michelian spoke with a Bay Area expert on how to navigate leaving home while carrying around a few extra pounds.
We shouldn't be surprised that more than a year of sheltering at home, baking to ease tensions, or eating out of stress have changed our bodies. While some people stayed active and even intentionally lost weight during the pandemic, far more people put on some extra pounds. Even fitness coach Lenny Farrell.
I added, I'd say 10 pounds for sure, maybe even 15.
Farrell isn't alone.
I think initially 2 or 3 months I gained around 5 or 6 pounds. And I was not feeling good at all.
I was just sitting down all hours of the day, so it's just the constant sitting and then stress eating. Lots of sweets.
A recent study by the American Psychological Association shows 42% of adults in the United States reported undesired weight gain of, on average, 29 pounds. That means almost 88 million Americans have pants that don't fit or dresses that are now uncomfortably tight.
It's hard to like yourself when you don't feel comfortable.
It is hard to like yourself when you don't feel comfortable. And I do think that it starts with this piece of gratitude. I have a body. Okay, it's maybe not exactly what it was before, or I'm not feeling quite comfortable in it, but here it is, and I survived. So kindness, really turning towards ourselves with kindness.
Connie Subcheck, founder of The Body Positive, says be as gentle with yourself as you would be with a friend. No shaming or attacks.
I wish people could just be grateful to their bodies for having survived, right? We survived. I mean, a lot of people died. And so if we can turn towards ourselves with love and gratitude to this body that we have for surviving, that's where I hope people can start.
The diet industry is pouncing on pandemic weight gain, and people are signing up for weight control apps and programs like never before. Subcheck wishes we could all unplug from diet culture and instead start with what feels good.
Do it slowly, do it with kindness, do it with respect for the body. So maybe start adding more movement and that really is fun and going for sustainability.
After an initial panic, people we talked with said they got moving.
Slowly the weight has sort of come back down. So we'll see. We'll see how long it takes to get back to pre-pandemic.
I started walking or running and also maybe 3 or 4 workouts throughout the week. So after that, I'm feeling good now. It feels like it's getting normal now.
Even Farrell, the personal trainer, says slow and steady wins the race.
I know a lot of people have lost people, and it's tragic. But hey, a few pounds in the big picture, that's no big deal. You know, all it takes is consistent action, and you'll get back to a weight that you feel better with.
Subcheck says what was true before the pandemic is even more important now, that commenting on someone's weight is extremely personal. She says you might tell someone they look great, not knowing they've lost weight due to a serious illness. And if someone has gained weight, they already know. Reporting in Oakland, Garcia Michelian, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Coming up, all good information right there as the pandemic has affected everyone just a little bit differently. I want to take you around the country here. Live look from the White House. We'll be following President Biden as he continues talks on coronavirus and also infrastructure talks. Really great breakdown from Fox 2's Greg Lee just a little bit ago, and from the Capitol as well. We'll be watching any developments when it comes to that. Here's a last look right here of New York, Radio City, the American flag flying high. 4th of July holiday pretty much nearing an end here as we near the 7 o'clock hour here on News Now from Fox. We want to move into the top story of the day. We are still following that Florida condo collapse out of Surfside. We're going to hear from local officials right now as we now know the death toll has risen to 28 people in that tragic condo collapse. So they speak more about the numbers, also the hope for search and rescue underway. following a demolition job over the weekend. And then also more on weather as we are tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. Here's the latest out of Surfside, Florida from just hours ago.
Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon joint operational briefing. I welcome to the podium Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levin Cava.
So here we are again at the end of day 12, and we're able to report that the search and rescue team has been able to search all sections of the grid on the collapse following the building demolition, now that the entire area is safe to search. And so the teams have now removed over 4.8 million pounds of concrete from the pile as they're searching through the evidentiary debris. The bad weather, unfortunately, has caused some temporary pauses of the work, specifically lightning, which, as you know, is not safe for conducting the search effort. It does force us to stop to protect the safety of our first responders. But through the team's ongoing search efforts today, we have recovered another victim. The number of confirmed deaths is now 28, with 26 identified, 191 accounted for, and 117 unaccounted for. And I want to remind everyone once again that our detectives are continuously auditing the list to verify all the reports of potentially missing people. And as a result, these numbers will likely shift. I'm in awe of the men and women of the USAR task force teams who've been continuing to brave dangerous and changing conditions for 12 days, fire, smoke, and now wind and torrential rain. They are continuing the mission and the search of the collapse area. They've worked under this great difficulty, and they have pulled shifts to rotate because that's how much they want to be out there searching. The first responders are the most frustrated by any delays we have experienced. Truly, they live to save lives. And they've pushed ahead no matter what is thrown in their way, and our community and the whole nation and world is forever grateful to them as we've watched them labor to save lives and find people. And as we're experiencing now the outer bands of Tropical Storm Elsa, we've seen this inclement weather and some tornado warnings across the county. So if you do not need to be out tonight, please try to stay home to avoid any potentially dangerous conditions on the roads. And I also want to remind our community that all county departments will be operating as normal tomorrow. I want to take a moment to thank all of you, the members of the media, for your own extraordinary efforts over these past 12 days. I know that reporting this tragedy and telling the stories of those who've been lost and those who are grieving is not easy for you either. I've spoken to you. I've seen it in your faces. I know that it's very, very personal for you. So on behalf of this community, we're deeply grateful for all of you. And especially, I want to mention the reporters at the Miami Herald and so many other journalists for the care and attention they've given for telling the stories of these individual families and what they've gone through, the impact that it's had, and making sure that the world knows that they have lived lives that have now been lost, that we celebrate, that we remember. Thank you for helping to remind us of all of our shared humanity and making sure that these stories are not forgotten. Al final del día 12 podemos informar que hoy el equipo de búsqueda y rescate ha podido registrar todas las secciones del escombro, ahora que toda el área es segura para buscar después de la demolición. Y los equipos ahora han eliminado más de 4.8 millones de libras de concreto de la pila. Lamentablemente, el mal tiempo ha provocado algunas pausas temporales de trabajo, específicamente el rayo que nos obliga a detenernos por la seguridad de los socorristas. Gracias a los continuos esfuerzos de búsqueda del equipo hoy, hemos recuperado a otra víctima. El número de muertes confirmado ahora es 28, con 26 identificados, 191 contabilizados y 117 desaparecidas. A medida que experimentamos las bandas externas de la tormenta tropical Elsa, hemos visto inclemencias del tiempo y algunas advertencias de tornados en todo el condado. Si no necesita salir esta noche, por favor quedarse en casa para evitar condiciones potencialmente peligrosas en las carreteras. También quiero tomarme un momento para agradecerles a todos ustedes, los miembros de las noticias, por sus extraordinarios esfuerzos durante los últimos 12 días. Sé que informar sobre esta tragedia y contar las historias de los que están perdidos y los que están doliendo no es fácil. En nombre de esta comunidad, estamos profundamente agradecidos a los reporteros del Miami Herald y a tantos otros periodistas por el cuidado y la atención que han brindado para compartir las historias personales de todas las familias afectadas, para asegurarse de que el mundo sepa sobre las vidas vividas y perdidos. Gracias por ayudarnos a recordarnos a todos nuestra humanidad compartida y por asegurarse de que estas historias no se olvidan. Muchísimas gracias a todos y que tenga una buena noche y segura. Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. National Weather Service, Robert Moyeda.
Good evening. As the outer bands of Tropical Storm Elsa continue to affect our region, we'll continue to see these scattered showers and thunderstorms move through the area. They're not going to be continuous. They'll be rather intermittent, but we will see these showers and thunderstorms move rapidly across the area as we go through the nighttime hours tonight and also into tomorrow. And we do expect the weather to gradually improve tomorrow, starting tomorrow evening, and back to our more typical summertime type weather by the middle of the week and by the end of the week. So we still have to watch out for some gusty winds with these passing showers and thunderstorms, and also some heavy rainfall, which could aggravate some of the flooding that's already going on out there as well. Mientras que las bandas exteriores de la tormenta tropical Elsa sigan moviéndose sobre el sur de la Florida, vamos a continuar viendo estos chubascos y tormentas eléctricas pasando de vez en cuando sobre nuestra zona, y estos chubascos van a ser acompañados por vientos fuertes y lluvias fuertes también, que provocarán inundaciones ya que están ocurriendo en nuestra zona, y esto va a ser para esta noche y también para el día de mañana martes. El tiempo debe de mejorar para mañana, empezando mañana por la tarde o mañana por la noche y continuando durante el resto de la semana. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Moyeda. Surfside Mayor Charles Burkett.
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to share a few observations since our last discussion this morning regarding what's going on in Surfside. I've just come from the site and the afternoon family briefing. The site is busier and more active now than I've seen it since we began. There are, now that the damaged building is down, the site is staffed with a tremendous amount of search and rescue workers. The heavy equipment is now able to move around the site as needed. The looming threat of that building, the dangerous situation where debris could fall down, is now eliminated. So we're operating at 100% capacity, and I'm very excited about that. And I believe I sense that the families were too. Heavy equipment is now fully engaged and able to navigate over the entire site, where before they were very limited. Operations seem to be moving much faster and will continue 24 hours a day for the indefinite future until everybody's pulled out of that site. Lastly, the mayor said she was in awe. I join her in that awe. the Miami-Dade Fire Department, the Miami-Dade Police Department, our municipal police departments, all the volunteers, all the search and rescue workers, and all the support personnel have been absolutely fabulous. I've been out there all day long and usually late into the night, and I have not heard one complaint. On the contrary, I've asked them what they need, and they've told me over and over again that they've been getting everything they need. They have tremendous support, and I want to thank the Dade County Mayor for all of that, because it comes from the top, and we've got great leadership, and that's what's causing this rescue attempt to pull all these people out of there to be so successful. Thank you, Mayor Cava.
Thank you, Mayor Burkett. Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Chief Alan Comiskey.
Good evening. As stated, we're continuing our search efforts, beginning operational period last night and continuing throughout. We've had 2 stops throughout the 2 operational periods. We have all 5 of the federal task force teams working throughout in rotations, as well as we're offsetting with a Florida Task Force 1 and Florida Task Force 2. We've definitely been able to now have access to all the grids. So we've been able to primarily focus on grid B1 and D1, which was the most difficult, being where they were and basically supporting the building. So definitely made progress in those areas and our delayering. Still, with our methods and how we go through, but definitely moving, full speed ahead in regards to that.
Thank you, Chief. Representing the Small Business Administration, Roberto Maldonado.
Good evening, everyone. The U.S. Small Business Administration today announced that July the 6th will be an opening day for a Business Recovery Center, or BRC, in Miami-Dade County. This is to help the business community impacted by the Surfside collapse. The Business Recovery Center is located in the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity Mobile Unit, which is physically at 95th Street and Collins Avenue, very close, in close proximity, rather, to the Surfside Business District. It'll operate Monday through Saturday until further notice. The schedule is going to be Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and closed on Sundays. By the same token, our team has been, since June the 30th, operating at the Seaview Hotel in Bal Harbor, where we have met with families, friends, and some business owners to provide assistance. Our assistance is in the form of federal disaster loans. These are loans that are helping the business community and individuals recover by whether it is physical damage and or economic injury, which is primarily what the business community is experiencing. We invite them to please visit sba.gov/disaster and become familiar with the program, the documentation required to submit an application, and because we are in hurricane season, how to be prepared. Y ahora en español. La Agencia para el Desarrollo de Pequeñas Empresas, o SBA por sus siglas en inglés, anunció que el 6 de julio estará abriendo un Centro de Recuperación Económica Empresarial, BRC por sus siglas en inglés. Esto es para asistir a los negocios afectados por el colapso estructural que ocurrió en Surfside. Este centro opera dentro de la unidad móvil del Departamento de Oportunidad Económica del Estado de la Florida, el cual está físicamente ubicado en la 95 calle y la avenida Collins, en esa intersección, justo en el medio del distrito comercial de Surfside. El centro operará de lunes a sábado hasta nuevo aviso. El horario realmente es de lunes a viernes de 8 de la mañana a 5 de la tarde, los sábados de 10 de la mañana a 2 de la tarde y cerrado los domingos. De igual forma, nuestro equipo ha estado operando desde el 30 de junio en el Centro de Asistencia para las Familias, ofreciendo aquella ayuda, aquella guía y aquella información que tanto las familias como los negocios necesitan para recuperarse. La ayuda que nosotros ofrecemos es a través de préstamos federales de desastre. Son préstamos de muy bajo interés y a largos plazos de pago para que ellos puedan reparar o reemplazar materiales físicos que han perdido o reponerse de el impacto económico que un desastre como este causa en la comunidad de negocios. Por ende, los invitamos a todos a que visiten sba.gov /desastre, para que no solo se informen en torno al programa, sino que encuentren también el listado de documentos que necesitan para meter su aplicación y, más importante aún, puesto que estamos en la temporada de huracanes, para que nuestros negociantes sepan de cómo prepararse antes de una tormenta. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maldonado. And I welcome to the podium our Creole translator, Leonel Lerebourg.
Mesdames, Messieurs, bonsoir. Nous arrivons dans la fin de journée, qui c'est 12e journée. Nous continuons avec recherche, avec sauvetage que nous faisons. Et pendant la journée, il y a déjà démoli le building là. Ça permet que c'était encore plus sécuritaire pour nous être capables de continuer avec recherche. Pour le moment, il y a environ 48 millions de livres béton qui ont été relevés sur l'espace là. Et ça fait nous qu'on y a, pendant la journée, nous avons la pluie, nous avons des éclairs, nous avons une pause qui était faite. Je dis malheureusement encore, nous avons trouvé un autre monde qui est décédé. Ça porte quantité pour nous, qu'on y a à 28 personnes qui sont décédés, 26 personnes qui ont déjà identifié, 191 que nous connaissons, trouvé et que nous savons effectivement à vivre, 117 encore que nous pouvons joindre. L'équipe nous continue en dépit de la pluie, cyclone, du feu à travail et nous très reconnaissants envers premiers secouristes qui continuent à travailler. Elsa dans zone pas oublier, si vous pas besoin sortir à soir, pas besoin de la rue, pas prendre la rue parce que la pluie est en pile. N'a dit en pile merci à l'équipe média qui est avec nous, équipe média qui porte nouvelles là tout partout dans le monde et dans nos communautés, m'a dit nous toutes merci.
Thank you, Mr. Lerebourg. We will be back at Surfside tomorrow morning to hold our joint operational briefing. As soon as we have a confirmation on the time, we will provide that to you. We also have the director of the Miami-Dade Police Department here, along with our Deputy Incident Commander, Charles Cyril, to answer questions. Any questions? Ma'am.
In regards to the building demolition from yesterday?
Yeah, and how you proceed today, and are you finding a way?
No, that's not our primary. We've searched that area several times. So our primary focus is the debris field that we've been focusing all along. The concern was those search grids, B1, B2 is how we code it. They were supporting the actual building. And so that was one huge concern in regards to our personnel. And at any time, and obviously we had, constant monitoring, making sure that building didn't shift. We had that work stoppage at that one time because we did have a shift in a column, and so that was a huge concern for our first responders, our task force members. So no, now that we have access to that area, we continue our search methods, still the same process with delayering and using all the tools, all the assets that we have on site. And definitely now you see, since we're spread out, across the entire area, searching all grids, you see, the positive work production.
So you don't feel like you've tapped into a line where the bedrooms would be where a lot of people might have been at 1:30 in the morning?
We've definitely gridded in our rescue grids. Yes, absolutely. We kind of modeled and put everything together. So we definitely have areas of where we would suspect to search. As we mentioned all along, the issue is just the magnitude of this type of collapse. It's not the same format or same design you'd be looking at. So we definitely feel we have the regions. We've always felt that, and we've definitely all working with all the task force teams together and searching those areas.
What are the main concerns as the storm approaches to the search site? Are there concerns about the operation?
Yes, absolutely. The weather's a primary concern all along, the inclement weather. Obviously with the storm would be the lightning storms is a concern for us where we stop, and definitely the wind gusts. With all the debris and all the components, obviously, that could be scooped up, and our concern is protecting our personnel, and we don't want anyone to be struck by any flying debris.
Ellos están trabajando con la rapidez. Están trabajando fuerte y las personas que necesitamos están allí y perdieron el tiempo con los relámpagos y si viene el viento van a tener que hacer también pausa, pero fuera de eso están siguiendo con todo el equipaje y los equipos. Yes, it's not, being told it's not safe right now, but we're continuing to pursue that because we think, if we can get you there, we would like to get you there.
But if I could follow up, we are seeing photos from legislative aides that are back there taking photos. That's the access we would like as well.
We're going to continue to provide you footage and we'll continue to see, can we get you in there?
Okay, so we just wanted to replay the press conference, the most recent update from officials there in Miami-Dade County on the Surfside condo collapse. We heard there that one more body was recovered from the rubble today, bringing the death toll to now 28 confirmed fatalities, 26 of those who have been positively identified. As you know, they do updates like this twice daily now 12 days after the condo collapsed in the middle of the night. So we'll air the next one tomorrow live for you in its entirety as well. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Monday night. Hope you're having a great end to your 4th of July weekend. I know I had a great time, and we will be getting to some more top headlines after this 2-minute commercial break. We have a few more stories that we want to bring to you on this Monday night. Stay tuned for that. We'll see you in 2 minutes. right, just a live look right there at the White House. I want to tell you what President Biden is doing tomorrow. He'll have a briefing from members of the White House COVID-19 response team on the pandemic and the state of vaccinations. That's going to be closed press. And then the president will be delivering remarks on the COVID-19 response and the vaccination program live from the White House. So we'll have all of that live tomorrow for you. I just wanted to update you on President Biden's schedule. I believe they spent yesterday and today in Wilmington, Delaware, as they usually do on some of these long weekends and long holidays. You'll remember he was in Traverse City, Michigan on Saturday, touting the vaccination progress in the state. Now, this all is amidst the backdrop of that mile marker, that target of 70% of Americans to have at least one dose of the vaccine by July 4th, and they came up very short, just about 3 percentage points short. I believe it's 67 or 66% of adult Americans having at least one dose of the vaccine. Now, if you extrapolate that a little further, adults aged 30 and older did reach that threshold. So the Biden administration might be touting that. Who knows? So we'll hear from the president tomorrow on the COVID-19 response. In the meantime, I want to update you on some other top headlines that we are following at this hour. And this one has to do with the pontiff, Pope Francis himself. Thousands of people sending their prayers to the Pope as the leader of the Catholic faith went into surgery yesterday. Fox News' Jill Nato has the latest details on the operation and the state of his health following this scheduled procedure. Here's the story.
I ask you to pray for the Pope. Pray in a special way. The Pope needs your prayers. Thank you.
The leader of the Catholic faith is known for praying for others, but days before he went into surgery, Pope Francis asked members of the public to pray for him. The 84-year-old was then admitted to a hospital in Rome Sunday for an operation regarding his colon. Still, even with countless prayers, going under the knife can be nerve-wracking for anyone.
Being a Christian believer, this moment feels like an anxious and worrying situation. However, it has been announced that it is a routine surgery.
The Vatican says the Pope's surgery was planned, adding the procedure was to help the narrowing of his large intestine caused by inflammation in the colon. Health officials say the medical issue can lead to pain, discomfort, and even internal bleeding. Pope Francis was placed under general anesthesia and, according to a Vatican spokesperson, quote, reacted well to the operation. He's now expected to remain in the hospital for a few days.
I wish the Pope a fast recovery.
Prior to his surgery, Pope Francis kept a very busy schedule, meeting with leaders from Iraq, Lebanon, and the U.S. Days before, he met with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in a private audience Monday where the Pope expressed his, quote, affection and his attention to the people of the United States. Jill Nato, Fox News.
All right, and we thank Jill there for that story. We're going out next to Fox 5 in Atlanta. Tragic shooting on a golf course over the weekend that left 3 dead. Fox 5 in Atlanta has the latest on this tragic story.
When we first reported this, we knew of only one victim who was shot and killed, but all of that changed on Sunday when police say they learned that 2 other men were killed as a result of this violence. A community in shock laid flowers at the 10th hole of the Pine Tree Country Club. That's the spot where police responded to a deadly shooting on Saturday.
I was at the driving range, heard about the truck being on the course, so went to go see what was going on. And then as that was happening and I walked away from it because it seemed like it was just a weird scenario, all of a sudden you hear 5, 6 booms go off.
This picture shows a white pickup truck bottomed out near a sand trap on the course. According to witnesses, the suspect drove the truck onto the course. The director of golf, Gene Siller, confronted the driver and was shot in the head. Now police say they found 2 more bodies in the back of that pickup truck.
You know, 4th of July, you're thinking fireworks, and it's not fireworks, and there's a guy on the ground.
A GoFundMe is now set up for golf director Gene Siller, who leaves behind a wife and 2 kids. So far, it's raised more than $165,000 for the family.
Everybody got along with him. He was very well liked. It's a tragic loss to not only to his family, but the club itself.
Cobb County Police tell us they have identified the second victim as Paul Pearson, who was the owner of that pickup truck. The third victim has yet to be identified. And of course, we are still waiting to get more information about a possible suspect description or even a motive behind this violence. Reporting in Cobb County, I'm Brooke Sonner for Good Day Atlanta.
And thank you to our team there in Atlanta bringing us the latest on that story. If we do find out any more information about a possible suspect or suspects, we will bring that latest to you throughout the week if we get any more details on that. In the meantime, we want to keep following this other tragic story out of Michigan at the moment. We're taking a look back at how a pro hockey goalie died over the weekend due to a fireworks accident. Here's the story.
Tragedy in Novi as National Hockey League goaltender Matiss Kivlenieks dies from injuries suffered at a 4th of July celebration.
It's tragic. It's not just about hockey. It's about the family. It's about, his loved ones.
Police say they got a call about an injury at a private residence Sunday just after 10 p.m. in the area of 10 Mile and Meadowbrook. When they rushed to the scene, they found Columbus Blue Jackets player unresponsive.
It appears there was some type of fireworks malfunction.
The investigation is still ongoing, but police say that malfunction sent a firework in the direction of the 24-year-old hockey player who was in a hot tub with a group of people at the celebration.
We've received the autopsy results from the Oakland County Medical Examiner's offices, and they're listing the cause of death as chest trauma due to a fireworks mortar. Apparently it caused some internal damage.
Initial reports indicate that the hockey player's injuries were caused as he and the group in the hot tub tried to run from the firework heading their way.
Initial reports were that he fell getting out of the hot tub. Whether that was a direct result of his injuries or a fall were unclear.
Before Kivlenieks was brought here to this local hospital, police say people at the gathering attempted to revive him.
There were several people on scene with a medical background who were able to render some immediate aid to him, but like I said, he was unresponsive.
The hockey player was pronounced dead at the hospital. Now that the results of the autopsy report have been released, police had this to say about possible charges.
We're still looking at it as a tragic accident, but we'll go where the investigation takes us.
It's still unclear if a private company or people attending the party were overseeing the fireworks presentation.
I can't comment on that at this time. We're still investigating that.
But what is clear is how Columbus Blue Jackets feel about their teammate. In a Facebook post, the team wrote, "It's with a very heavy heart that we share the news that goaltender Matiss Kivlenieks passed away last night at the age of 24. We are heartbroken. Please keep his family in your thoughts and prayers. Rest in peace." As the investigation continues, police have this to say about fireworks safety.
We stress that, people need to use their fireworks responsibly and safely.
In Novi, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
And thanks to our team there in Fox 2 Detroit. Just a tragic story, especially over this holiday weekend. Anyway, we're going to end some of these top headlines right now with a story out of Hollywood. A sad day for Hollywood. Iconic director Richard Donner has died. There's some file footage of him right now. The filmmaker who helmed such classics as The Goonies, Scrooged, and the Lethal Weapon franchise passed away today, according to his representative and production company. The Bronx-born director began his career behind the camera on the small screen, working on shows like The Fugitive and The Twilight Zone. He scored his first major big screen hit with the 1976 horror classic The Omen, following it up 2 years later with the hit Superman. Donner's success continued in the 80s and beyond with his 1985 smash, The Goonies, and the Mel Gibson, Danny Glover blockbuster Lethal Weapon in 1987, which launched a successful franchise. Each film, of course, was directed by Donner. Donner was 91 years old. So, a very lasting legacy in film, lots of beloved cinematic treasures there, responsible in part due to the creative genius of Richard Donner. Lots of celebrities that worked with him have been reaching out on social media today, kind of recounting their memories at the time when they worked together. So that's going to do it for all our top headlines on this Monday. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with more afterward. All right, welcome back here to News Now from Fox. That was just a live look right now at the White House at this hour. It's a little after 10:30 on the East Coast, a little after 7:30 here on the West Coast. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we wanted to take the moment to show you some of the events we've already played throughout the day, kind of on this playlist that we play overnight. We're going to start off with President Biden's remarks yesterday at the White House for the 4th of July, extolling the virtues of American democracy and commemorating the founding on its 245th anniversary birthday here at home. So I'm going to start off with that, then some more updates from Surfside, Florida. We'll get the most recent one tomorrow morning, and then some other coronavirus updates as well. And so there should be a lot in there. So remember, the news never stops, not even on holiday weekends. And so we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on News Now from Fox, from feeds and events from all over the country and all over the world. A few things before we go. Don't forget, you can give us a follow on Twitter. Our handle is @NewsNowFox. You can give me a follow on Twitter as well. My handle is @Andrew Kraft. That's Kraft with a C. Also, go visit our website, newsnowfox.com. It lists all of our streaming platform partners there, so you can figure out how to watch us and how to stream us as well. So we're going to be doing the same thing tomorrow, as we always do, with all the big stories and top headlines of the day. But for all of us here, hope you had a great weekend, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Today we celebrate America. Our freedom, our liberty, our independence. The 4th of July is a sacred day in our country, a day of history, of hope, remembrance, and resolve.